There we go. Okay, and we got an excellent connection, so everything's going to work here. Perfect. Okay, well, it's 4 minutes after 10. Let's get on the record. Welcome, everyone. This is Docket 137 CE 205, the application of American Transmission Company related to its CPCN application with respect to New Plymouth Utilities Distribution Substation and the new double circuit 138 kV transmission line. My name is Michael Newmark, Administrative Law Judge for the PSC. We're all connected through Zoom, and we have the parties and commission staff in attendance. We have a notice of hearing up on the screen, and it does instruct members of the public who wish only to observe to use our YouTube channel. But otherwise, parties, attorneys, and witnesses should be connected to Zoom. And if there's an issue with connecting to the internet, you can call in on our dial-in number and do an audio-only connection. So today we're receiving evidence from the parties. On Thursday, we'll be receiving the public comments in the Leiden Town Hall. I'm sorry, on Friday, on Friday, August 23rd, we'll be receiving public comments at the Leiden Town Hall. But today's for the parties. So in terms of collecting public comments, we're doing that online up until August 26th through the Commission's website or by U.S. mail. And of course, the opportunity to provide those comments live at the public hearing session. So that's pretty much the notice of hearing and the details about that. We are live streaming on YouTube. There'll be an unofficial transcript. The recording of the hearing will be available on our YouTube channel, the PSC Hearings YouTube channel. But for now, we're dealing with then an official transcript will be issued in writing. It'll be posted on the Commission's website. So let's take appearances first, and we'll review the service list, make sure it's complete and accurate. So let's start with American Transmission Company and their appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Zappo of Hush Blackwell, LLP on behalf of ATC. With me is Mr. Sigoni. I'll let him enter his appearance.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. John Sigoni on behalf of ATC.
All right, you guys gonna be tag teaming with Cross or what?
No, Your Honor. I'll be handling it.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, so next up, Neighbors for Neighbors.
Morning, Your Honor. Neighbors for Neighbors appears by Progressive Law Group, specifically Frank Jablonski and Dana Lamond.
Okay, well, might have been an old list. You're not on here. You have been receiving my emails though, right?
I have, and I think Dana has too.
Yeah, there must be an update to this. Okay, that's unfortunate. All right, so I'll double check and make sure we have you on the service list from this point on. Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Your Honor. Evan Weitz appears on behalf of the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin.
All right. The Schmidts intervened, Robert and Mary, but they're not appearing until later in the afternoon. And Kestel, Thomas Kestel, are you there? I think I muted that connection. Hang on, it's off the record.
Yes, he is in with the Neighbors for Neighbors meeting. Sorry, do you need to see him?
Yes, if we can do that, and we'll get on the record for that.
Tom, you need to come here.
Which Kestel did you say?
Thomas J.
Thank you.
There you go.
There you go.
You have to say you're present.
You're present.
Yeah.
Present.
Is that Thomas J. Kestel?
Yes, it is.
All right, great. Thanks for appearing. All right, so that's all the parties' appearances. first step, oh, so I know I will correct the list for Neighbors, their attorney, but any other additions or corrections we need for the list?
None from us, Your Honor.
All right, so just to recall that those emails are where we will serve the final decision and other ALJ communications, so hopefully that's the official service list, so we want to make sure it's accurate. All right, so let's move on then to offered evidence list. I sent a version of this, the PDF version. It looks a little different, but hopefully we can work off of this one. And I did add a few things that were brought to my attention before or after I sent the version you received. So, there we go. So first of all, just in terms of the list, these are the documents we will receive into evidence once we verify them under oath. Just want to make sure that the list is complete and accurate. And we can start with the applicant. Any problems with the list, errors or omissions?
No, Your Honor, we didn't notice any errors or omissions on the list.
Okay. How about Neighbors for Neighbors, errors or omissions?
With regard to the HARP Exhibit 1 that was listed under Friedman,
Okay,
should
I'm
be under
sorry.
HARP.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Attorney Dana Lamond for N4N.
Oh, okay. God, this is gonna, I apologize. Let me spotlight you. Let's go off the record. Yeah, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on having you participate for some reason, but I apologize for that. So I'm gonna spotlight you like the other attorneys and make sure that I recognize you here. So, okay. So Attorney Lamond, I'm sorry, let's get on the record and continue.
Just two errors with regard to the exhibits for HARP and J. Castell. They seem to have moved up erroneously a line.
I see that. Okay, thank you for that. Perfect. And that's the two errors. Anything else?
That was all, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Sorry. And again, I apologize. Let's move on to, let's see, Schmidt we'll do later. Thomas Ketzel, do we have your documents listed correctly? The direct and the exhibit Kestel 1.
So you have just the one, so you have just the direct. He wants you to say that you have
All your documents.
your documents listed. It looks like you have your exhibit and your direct testimony.
Yes, those seem to be accurate.
All right, perfect. Thanks. And commission staff, any errors or omissions?
Just two updates. It looks like on this list, the data request response exhibit was added. That wasn't on the list that was emailed out yesterday. And also I informed the parties that commission staff intends to offer a standalone agricultural impact statement exhibit, which was also filed yesterday. And I don't see that on the list, but
You're right. How do we mark the AIS then?
I believe it's ES exhibit PSC-AIS.
Okay. Note that, thanks. Yes, well, and the public comment exhibit as well, that'll be something that comes in after the hearing. All right, so it looks like the list is correct. Now, any questions about the comments I have? I can try to zoom in on those a little bit closer. Yeah, they do have the name of the document on them. So in terms of the well, let me just ask any questions about these comments from the applicant from ATC?
Just one, I guess, really comment on the comment, which I think you had asked. Yeah, you'd asked for an exhibit 2 for Morton.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to note that Ms. Beeman's exhibit 4 shows ATC's proposed routes and N4N's proposed routes. It doesn't include the X97 routing options from Mr. Morton's Exhibit 1. But I guess I would just say, I think Beaman Exhibit 4 kind of covers most of this request, and it might be difficult to add routes for more. It just might be a little busy.
Right.
So I think we have what you're looking for in the record, and I'm just wondering if maybe you'd reconsider that.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to check. So it's the Morton one, that's the other options. I guess there's just that. Yeah, I think it may be useful it may be useful just to have especially what was listed here as the potential route. Like part of the controversy is, why didn't ATC pursue these others, but
Yeah, certainly. Again, my concern is just that if you add those to what you're pulling up here in Beaman 4, it gets a little busy. It
Yeah.
might not.
Okay. I think to have the two exhibits side by side doesn't cause it still serves the purpose of being able to kind of navigate the record. So I think that would be fine if we just keep these two standalone. But if you could basically combine ATC Morton 1 and ATC Beaman 4, you get sort of a world of what was considered and what's what's being proposed, I suppose, by either party.
Right.
So that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So I'll withdraw the comment for Morton 2.
Thank you. But other than that, I don't. We didn't have any other questions or comments on the other comment.
All right. And for N, so I want to thank Neighbors for Neighbors for complying with my not suggestions, but observations about filing. It was helpful to have the page numbers and other items standardized with all these documents. It's very helpful to have a standard system here in place, but there were a few misfilings that I did catch, and so they're not too complicated, I hope, but let me ask if there's any questions about what I have here for refiling.
Just one clarification, Your Honor, with regard to anything that is refiled, then presumably Your Honor would like anything that cites that refiled or that original exhibit also refiled?
No, that's just too much work. It'll be understood that the latest version is the one that the witness is referring to.
In which case, then the comment regarding Klein's surrebuttal, refile as surrebuttal N4N Klein R. The only change that I see in Your Honor's comments that would prompt that was the change to the refiling of Klein's Exhibit 1. So I don't know if there was something missing then, because I don't see anything else that would prompt a refiling of the surrebuttal otherwise.
Yeah, let me just look at what was intended with that change. So, well, that's odd. Hopefully I didn't have another comment, because usually, usually I don't require that kind of update. I'm not sure. There might have been something else I had in mind. But it's too late now, I suppose, to tell you that right now. If I remember in time, I'll let you know, but I can't seem to recall what that was for. Yeah, so that's not necessary. Then I guess the other one comment I noted that was a little bit more unusual or a little bit out of the ordinary was yes, the I think there was a in C Castell, the surrebuttal, there was a citation to exhibit 2, and I guess that confused me. I wasn't sure if that was the correct number, and I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I believe that is, that needs to be corrected. I
Okay.
need to verify it. I think, a number simply got truncated.
Oh, okay. So you don't know the number right now.
I do not offhand. I
that's
can
okay.
certainly check.
Then there was one other one about oh yeah, the Redlich errata looks like it may have removed that word endangered, so it just says
Yes, the intention was to replace the word endangered with the set of words that are now in the errata.
so protected, threatened, or species of concerned wildlife, woodland bird species. So that didn't seem to make sense to me, but
Yes, it was her intention. Endangered was not the word that she intended. She's talking about birds that are under either species of concern, under protection, or considered threatened.
okay. So then perhaps protected or threatened species or both? Is that kind of the
I believe there are 3 categories there. Protected, it is what I believe her intention
species of
was.
concern? Okay,
Right,
I see.
right.
Ah, got it. Okay, good, thank you. All right, thanks. All right, and so that's it for N for N. Any other questions, or do I have any other questions? No, I don't.
So as far as that,
yeah.
just that Klein one, would that be withdrawn then, and we are
Yes.
not expected then? Okay, thank you.
That's right. Yeah, I'll remove that. Thanks for bringing that up. And no other comments for N for N, and no comments for, well, the Schmitz will deal with Kestel, no comments for T Kestel. How about commission staff? There's only one comment.
No,
No.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, good. All right, so we're back on track here. Thank you for indulging those questions. But I'm glad we clarified that. If for anything, my sake, for my sanity. Okay, so we have the list of offered evidence, and I believe though all those documents will be, well, I will accept all those documents for the record pending verification and the filing of the corrections that are indicated as we've discussed here on the offered evidence list and as we have modified that here today. So we'll need the refiles and the verifications. We'll do that today live. Unless a witness will be excused, then without appearing, then that verification should be done by affidavit. But don't really expect too many people to be excused. That's our next step here, though. And to be honest with you, I did not track too closely the parties' indications of cross because it seemed like it was just about everybody was going to be crossed. But if we start with the applicant, are there any witnesses we can excuse? Any witnesses that parties have no questions for? Parties and staff have no questions for.
Your Honor, I don't believe any of our witnesses can be excused. But I did want to raise an objection to one portion of the surrebuttal that was filed. I don't know if you want to do that now.
Yeah, we should do that now before I receive it all. So, okay. What do you object to?
So we're on Mr. Chris Castell's rebuttal testimony,
Okay.
bottom of page 12. And this is, and specifically lines 18 through 22. So, you know, under the facilitating matters, depends on the pre-hearing order, you know, since there was no next filing deadline, we have to object here.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm raising this now.
Yes,
So
that's appropriate.
yeah. So just to explain the objection, you know, lines 18 through 22, the witness is speaking to his conversations he had with a landowner on an unrelated project concerning some alleged drain tile damage. And I'll just say, you know, generally we're supportive of public participation in these proceedings and folks being heard on issues like this that matter to them. And you're obviously not bound by common law or statutory rules of evidence, but you know, basic rules of probative force apply, and you can exclude irrelevant or immaterial evidence. So we think this specific testimony is irrelevant and immaterial because it's related to a landowner on an entirely different project. I think more importantly, it's hearsay that lacks probative force and frankly presents due process concerns. You know, again, the witness is giving information concerning alleged drain tile damage that's coming secondhand. There's no indication of, you know, who this individual is that he spoke to, where their property's located, what the circumstances surrounding the alleged damage were. So we don't really have a way to verify what the witness is saying is accurate, or to cross-examine the individual to whom he spoke. And you know, on that point, I think there are a couple pieces of pre-filed testimony and exhibits we could have objected to on similar grounds. Kestel Exhibit 2 or Woodland 1, which are reports from third parties on property value impacts. You know, we elected not to move to strike those because we have our, you know, we essentially present our own witness to rebut it. And then the commission can, you know, weigh the value of the evidence. But in this case, you know, we don't really have a way to verify who this individual is, or again, you know, what they said, or to sort of probe the veracity of those statements. So, you know, I guess just to conclude, we'd request that this specific portion of the testimony be stricken as immaterial and lacking any probative force.
Okay. Do we have a response from N for N?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It does have probative force because it goes to the issues that are presented here. In cross-examination, ATC is free to ask any questions to determine if they don't think that this is a credible presentation of what we admit is hearsay, and that is their opportunity to probe the veracity. On briefing, they can say that it is that the Public Service Commission should disregard or lightly regard this, and that's an adequate solution for ATC to this issue in this kind of case where hearsay is allowed.
So the question that prompts this answer that's at issue is a quote from the rebuttal of ATC Gura. And the quote is dealing with ATC's plans to revegetate pasture lands. So I guess I have a question for ATC. Is that topic, and are those statements contained in other documents that were presented prior to rebuttal?
I may not understand the question, Your Honor. Are you asking if Mr. Gura's statements that are being quoted are in
Introducing new evidence, or is that simply you know, restating what's in the application, what's in the vegetative management plan?
Oh, I see. Okay. I believe, I'm not certain, but I believe much of what Mr. Gura is speaking to is in the application, and potentially some data request responses. But just for context, I think the language being quoted here, he was responding to another N4N witness who made statements, I believe, on direct testimony that basically they were concerned about the project's impacts to agricultural lands. So that's what he's responding to. But I think the answer to your question is yes. Some of what he's saying is in other record materials.
Okay. So I think, in this situation, I think that there is a due process issue with basically the concept that we don't have the identity of the speaker presented here. At this point in the game on surrebuttal and now at the hearing, it does present a burden to a party to have to cross and see and to investigate the validity of that statement at the hearing when the issue presented and the evidence offered in the answer is something that could have come in well ahead of surrebuttal with the identity of the landowner, perhaps having the landowner appear and testify. We could have gotten the true story or the complete story without any question as to identity or validity, and then test the credibility of the witness, him or herself. So there's kind of an intertwining set of issues here, but I think timing is a major factor here, and also the idea of having the identity not having the identity revealed. Plus, this is an issue, and this is common language. The rebuttal, it's common language that you'll see in CPCN cases in terms of restoring agricultural land. So the issue was presented well before rebuttal. I think that the information presented in the surrebuttal therefore should have been included, and it could have been additional evidence to present earlier in the process and would have allowed us all to be more prepared in terms of vetting this and checking its validity. So I think in this case, we are going to have to strike that answer. So we'll need to have that refiled. With basically striking means just redacting the PDF, so it'll just appear as black instead of the text, and just leave all the pages the same and the pagination the same. So yeah, I think there is a due process issue. I know we do accept hearsay, but I think there should be some, opportunity and way to validate that, especially in this situation where I think it should have been presented earlier. It would have provided a much better opportunity to do that rather than on cross. Not really sure how we could evaluate this on cross. So I would, I think it's more appropriate just to leave it out of the record.
Your Honor, are we talking about essentially the first two sentences here?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how, in terms of the motion, what was meant by the first two sentences.
And yeah, Your Honor, I can speak to that. I mean, our only problem really is with lines 18 through 22. So that is the first two sentences. I think the rest of it is fine, in as much as, the witness is speaking to his concerns about drainage and just, that issue generally. That's fine. Our only objection is those first two sentences.
Okay, yeah. So it would be first two sentences would mean the line starting on line 18 through the end of the second sentence on line 22. So ending with the word construction. That's what we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's the best way to handle that, I believe. So let me ask, any other objections to the filed surrebuttal? So let me be more specific from the applicant.
No, Your Honor, none.
So let me open that up. Was there any objections to the surrebuttal or the surrebuttal from applicants? from the applicant. No, not hearing anything. Okay. We also had rebuttal from staff. Any issues with the staff's rebuttal? No. Okay. All right. So now let me say we can accept those documents in the offered evidence list, pending the corrections we spoke of, and to reflect the motion to strike rebuttal and for C. Kestel.
And just as a practical matter, Your Honor, I did identify the exhibit number. It is for that one question for Chris Castell. It is exhibit 25. We will make that correction. And I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the corrections for refiling and the striking can all just be done in the one revision.
That's correct. Yes, absolutely.
you.
Appreciate asking. Okay. So anything else before we take our first witness?
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, thanks. There, okay. All right, so let's get started. We'll start with, so did we need to take someone out of time? I thought there might have been a request from N for N about someone.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a witness who's got livestock attending obligations, Mr. Kramer.
Okay,
So with the lack of cross-examination, we may be able to get him in, but it would probably be useful for him if he's available with the N4N group to do his testimony early, if that's acceptable.
okay. And I don't know if I told everyone about witnesses that may be excused. So it looked like ATC had no witnesses to be excused. How about Neighbors for Neighbors? Any witnesses we can excuse? There be no questions for them. Questions for all the witnesses? How about Schmidt we'll deal with later. How about T. Castell? Any questions for, is it Tom Castell?
None from the applicants, Your Honor.
None from commission staff either, Your Honor. The same for N at this juncture. I'll defer to the applicant as to whether there's cross for any of those witnesses, but we don't intend to at the present time cross-examine any of the N witnesses.
Okay. Yeah, let me just ask one more time. ATC, are there any witnesses that we can excuse for lack of questions on the N side?
Yeah, I think every witness except Mr. Chris Castell and Mr. Richard Klein. Those are the only, but all the other witnesses we don't have any cross for.
Okay. And how about commission staff? Do we have questions for staff, PSC or DNR witnesses?
ATC has no questions for those witnesses.
But
Your Honor, we have questions for Rao, Holman, Haller, and Grant.
okay.
I think that's probably everybody.
That's all of them. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, so I make it optional in terms of how you want to verify witnesses that have no cross questions anticipated. So that would pertain to N for N. You may either call the witnesses, we can just verify their testimony. I guess then I'll just ask if there are questions while they're on the stand. Or you can file the affidavits. So it's up to you.
We'll file the affidavits, Your Honor.
File
We'll
the
file the
affidavit.
affidavit.
Okay, it's kind of like, what do you want? Door number 1 or door number 2? So
It's just-
there's quite a bit of legwork to do that. So just,
Is there?
well, okay, if you don't think so, that's fine. It saves me time. So the
Isn't
affidavit,
it just isn't it just that this is my testimony and yeah, I'm sponsoring it. It's all the ritual that I was hoping to be able
If you
to
don't mind
avoid.
doing it, that's fine with me. So you just want to make sure the PSC numbers are in the affidavit, so we identify the actual document and that the affidavit is notarized. It's a real affidavit. So I've seen parties file them without verification, notarization. They should be notarized. Okay, well then all those, so let me recap then. Terms of excusing witnesses, these witnesses will verify their testimony by affidavit. It's Friedman, Harp, J. Castell, Jetzer, Kramer, Redlich, Roby, Shelver, Sorensen, Woodland, and T. Castell.
Your Honor, for Mr. Castell, I'm not sure if he wants to verify by affidavit or not, since
You're right,
he's an intervener.
Yes, okay, well, I'll give him the option to do that, and if he, well, we'll call him, well, let's just get him on, I guess, probably the best thing. So, is it Tom Castell? Can you just show up on the screen here? I just want to ask you. There we go. So there are no questions for you. So you have the option to either live, verify your testimony live here under oath, or file an affidavit that does the same thing. I think while you're here, I can just have you verify and then you'll be done. I think that might be the best course of action. So if you're ready, we can do that right now.
Okay, what kind of a format do you want to verify that? I mean, I'm not understanding completely.
Yeah, so we can just do it now live, and then you won't have to worry about filing anything.
Okay,
It sounds good. All right, so let's take you first as our first witness.
I'm a bit surprised that ATC doesn't want to discuss the comments that I made about my interaction with them.
Yes, well, that's their decision. I guess we can't, I can't make them ask.
In other words, they're agreeing with my statements?
I guess I would have them make that determination, but I don't believe it. Well, let me say, according to our rules, if the lack of response does not indicate agreement or acquiescence to what's being said. So that's for sure. I can say that just because they're not responding doesn't mean they agree. But I don't know what their position actually is. So that's kind of an unknown. But at this point, to get your testimony into the record so the commission can read it, I just need you to verify the documents under oath. So we can start with that process. So I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So give us your name, please.
Thomas J. Castell.
And are you the Thomas J. Castell that filed in this docket direct testimony and one exhibit?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And are those documents complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now you do have an opportunity to make a comment related to items that you've read on the surrebuttal and the surrebuttal. So if you do want to add to your testimony to respond to those filings, you can do so now.
So elaborate on what my written testimony was?
No, it's not related to what you wrote. It's related to what the other parties had filed just this past week. So the surrebuttal and the surrebuttal, those more recent filings. If you have any comment you'd like to add, responding to those, you can do that.
No,
No?
I do
Okay.
not.
All right, thanks. So I can excuse you as a witness. Feel free to stay on the line and observe at this point. And thanks for participating. So we can move on to the next witness. We did have the one witness has a timing issue, and that person has been excused, right, with an affidavit? Yes, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's begin then with applicant witnesses at this point. So let's have applicant, you can call whoever you want first.
Thanks, Your Honor. For its first witness, ATC calls Mr. Robert Morton.
Have to turn on. Okay, I see you there. I'm gonna pin you at least. All right, great. See you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you may have to speak up a little bit for us. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Morton. Can you please just state your name for the record?
Robert Morton.
And did you cause to be filed direct, rebuttal, surrebuttal, and one exhibit in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
Do you have any corrections that you'd like to make to your pre-filed testimony?
There is one correction for the surrebuttal testimony.
Can you please direct us to the page and line number of your surrebuttal that you'd like to correct?
It is on page 5, line 20, I believe it is.
And what correction would you like to make?
In the answer on line 21, I'd like to insert the date of 2022 before press release, so that it reads, appears to be a 2022 press release, and replace the word of with and, A-N-D.
Thank you. And can you just explain the purpose behind this correction?
So the press release that was identified in the exhibit is a press release from ATC's 2022 10-year assessment. In the documents that were in the exhibit, and the following pages were actually from the 2023 10-year assessment.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that is Kestel Exhibit 17 you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Subject to that correction, if I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yeah.
And again, subject to the correction you just made, is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, that's great. So because that correction was not filed in errata, I'm just going to ask if there are any objections to the change to the testimony.
No objections from commission staff.
Okay. All right. So
With respect,
Yes.
well, for N4N, I'm a little confused. So what was changed from 23 to 22?
So that change did not occur. 2022 is added on line 21. So if I'm getting this right, appears to be a 2022 press release. So it's an insertion between A and press.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, an insertion between
A, the word A, and the
Oh.
word press. And then instead of, that's changed to and. So it's because there's a press release and there's certain documents included in the exhibit.
Thank you,
But
Your Honor,
it's
for the clarif. Thank you.
more accurately describing the context of the exhibit. Okay, but I just wanted to, since it didn't come in before with the errata, it's necessary to make sure we're all on the same page here. Okay. So we got all the corrections in, and I can receive those documents now as they appear here. And this witness is available for cross. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we have questions. We'll start in list order here. So neighbors for neighbors. Any questions?
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Morton.
Morning.
So I am looking at your direct testimony. I believe I'm looking at page 3, and I have a general question for you about the BVP process with Plymouth Utilities. You participated in that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna state to you a statement that is in Chris Castell's exhibit number 17. And I'm going to ask you, it's a statement made by PEU, Plymouth Utilities. I'm gonna ask you if that's accurate. And the
Let me get
quotation
to that.
is,
Just a second. Let me get to that. What page? Oh, let's go off the records. What page of the report are we looking at this point?
it's, okay, so exhibit 16
Oh, 16.
of Chris Castell is Plymouth Utilities BVP, which is unpaginated. So I've got page 8 in my note, and that's likely a PDF reference.
Yes. Does that look like where we're at? Is that the section we're looking for?
Do you have a document up on screen, Ron?
Yeah, I sure do.
I don't. Let me dig up the document.
Okay, that's odd. Are you showing the screen share on your?
Ah, maybe Ms. Lamond could do this.
No, Frank, he's got it up on screen share.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's mostly the looks like added text from a track changes. Is that what you're seeing there?
Yes.
Almost three and a little, 3 paragraphs and one sentence at the top, 2 lines. Okay, and okay, so
I'm gonna have to pull it up because I can't. Maybe let's go off.
you might
the
not be
record.
able to read the screen. Yeah, I understand. It's not great resolution.
No, Your Honor, it's even worse than that. I don't know how to find the screen share
Oh,
button.
okay, I can't help you with that. But thanks for being honest to me.
Way worse than what you're thinking
Yeah.
it is.
Just assuming the best.
Up in the view, there should be a view button.
Oh.
I believe standard should allow you to see the share screen with the video on the side, the individual people.
And there may be a way to drag the document to make it bigger. That's hard to explain.
Let me just dig it up.
Okay, yeah, that's
I
fine.
apologize
It
for
is
the
on
time
the
that this
offered evidence
required.
list. So if you want to just click on C Castell 16 on the offered evidence list, you'll pick it up. Did you have a quote you were going to read? I mean, we can just.
Yeah, I had a quote I was going to read.
Okay, well, I just want to know, I just wanted to show it here and know where you were. So we're on page 8 of the document included. Oh, let's get on the record. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on page 8 of the document included in C Castell 16. Page 8 being the page you would search using Adobe PDF page number. And Attorney Jablonski had a question for the witness, so go ahead.
So, Mr. Morton, and you do have the right page, when Plymouth Utility indicated in its revision to its application that ATC informed Plymouth Utilities that the transmission lines to the east could not be used to serve the new substation, was that an accurate statement?
I don't think that's 100% accurate. So I believe what we told Plymouth Utilities is that the line to the east, which is on the eastern side of the double circuit, could not be used for the Plymouth 5 substation.
So when Plymouth Utilities told the Public Service Commission that the plural lines to the east could not be used, that statement was not true?
I don't think it was 100% true, no.
Well, lines is plural, right?
Correct.
So if not both lines could be used, then the statement is not accurate or true, correct?
I'm gonna object is vague.
Okay, well, if you could rephrase.
Did ATC inform Plymouth Utilities anything with reference to line 8241 that encouraged Plymouth Utilities to choose the substation location that it chose?
My recollection is that what we communicated to Plymouth Utilities was that at that point in time, 8241 was not our preference to serve the new Plymouth 5 substation.
Can you tell us the reasons that it was not ATC's preference? The reasons that were communicated to Plymouth Utilities?
So my understanding is that in the early stages of this, with the site that was selected by Plymouth, X97 was closer. So our initial focus was on X97 as the preferred or the preference at that point in time, and 8241 was not our preference.
So you're saying that ATC's preference changed over the course of the BVP process?
Well, I think the question you asked, and I think would be useful, what did ATC tell Plymouth? It was it why it was preferring which line, right? Isn't that what your question was originally?
Yeah,
What
that is the question.
Tell Plymouth? I thought that would be something I don't think we have at this point on the record, so.
What is the question again?
So what did ATC tell Plymouth were the reasons that at that point in the BVP process, ATC did not prefer the 8241 line?
I believe it was based on the location of the substation that they were targeting. X97 was closer at that point in time. So if you draw a straight line distance between the substation and the line, X97 was closer from a straight line distance.
So had any modeling been done at that time?
Objection vague at what time?
At the time that you indicated to Plymouth Utilities that it was not ATC's preference to connect to 8241. Was that statement or position expression to Plymouth Utilities backed up by modeling?
I don't recall that on when the modeling, when the power flow analysis started and when that was communicated.
Are ATC's 10-year plans backed up by modeling?
Yes.
So the modeling that ATC had at the beginning of the BVP process with Plymouth Utilities that was related to ATC's 10-year plan, the 2023 plan that you were talking about, ATC had that modeling available to it. Is that true?
I'm going to object as misleading. I think the question is assuming facts that aren't in evidence regarding what modeling was done at the time of ATC's 10-year plan.
Okay, well, the plan is not in evidence, is that correct?
I don't believe so, Your Honor, no.
Portions of the plan are in exhibit number 17 for Mr. Castell.
I guess I'd ask then if you're asking him questions about the portions of the plan in that exhibit, you point to whatever portion of the exhibit you're referencing here.
Okay, that's fair.
Here, Your Honor, if you could bring up Mr. Castell's exhibit number 17.
Sure can.
And page 10 of that, 10 of the PDF.
Oh. It's at the map. Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is the map. Thanks, David. So, Mr. Morton, do you see the map?
Yeah.
Number 8, which was the drawn-in route for transmission, had ATC modeled that at the time that it initiated its interactions with Plymouth Utilities related to the BVP?
When you're saying modeling, what do you mean by modeling?
Well, this is ATC's 10-year plan. I believe that you indicated that ATC does modeling in relationship to its 10-year plan. So I'm presuming from that there was modeling done on the proposed on this proposed segment.
So are you referring to modeling that are included in the power flow models?
I'm sorry,
No.
in the what models?
Power flow models?
Thank you.
I'm just referring to any modeling that ATC would have done with respect to assembling its 10-year plan.
If you're referring to power flow models, yes, then the Plymouth Utilities was included in the 23 10-year assessment.
So, and was the 10-year assessment modeling provided to Plymouth Utilities at the outset of the BVP process?
Can you restate your question there?
Let's read it
Did
back.
ATC provide the associated modeling related to this transmission line identified as number 8 on page 10 of Mr. Castell's exhibit 17? Did it provide any modeling related to that to Plymouth Utilities at the beginning of the BVP process?
I don't believe any power flow modeling information was provided to Plymouth. No.
And when did the BVP process with Plymouth Utilities begin?
I believe it started in 2021.
All right, Mr. Morton, I'm looking now at page 9 of your direct testimony.
Did we leave those other exhibits open? Probably.
I'll probably not be coming back to these right now, those with this witness.
And where are we now? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, page 9 of Mr. Morton's direct testimony. Mr. Morton, I'm looking at the bottom of page 9 at the phrase relevant wholesale market. Can you tell me what is the relevant wholesale market that you looked at when assembling your answer to this question?
So that's the MISO market.
So the entire MISO wholesale market?
Correct.
Mr. Morton, I'm going to be moving now to your rebuttal testimony. I'm on page at the top of page 3. I'm looking at the first full sentence. Are you there?
Yep.
Okay. I'm looking at line 4 and I'm seeing the phrase transparent stakeholder process. Were any members of the community that would be targeted for hosting a transmission upgrade considered to be stakeholders in the transparent stakeholder process that you reference there?
What was the question? I didn't hear a question.
My question was, were any of the members, were any of the people who live in the target area, ATC's, what ATC is called its study area for this transmission line, included in that stakeholder process you're referring to at the top of page 3 of your rebuttal?
I don't know that answer.
Well, who was involved in the stakeholder process that you do know of?
I would say that PSCW was involved in that stakeholder process. Generally, the LDCs participate in that stakeholder process. And it's an open public meeting that we hold. So, I mean, anybody could log into that meeting and participate.
Are notifications sent to people in the areas where transmission upgrades are contemplated about this process?
There is a notification that goes out. I don't know who it goes out to.
Mr. Moore, I'm now going to be looking at your rebuttal testimony. You've already answered the questions that I have for you on your rebuttal testimony in the context of other answers. No more questions
All
this
right.
time.
Great, thanks.
Your Honor, I just have one question for Mr. Morton. Good morning, Mr. Morton.
I'm just going to
Evan White.
state, just a second, Evan, just wanted to state for the record that I'm operating under the assumption that Tom Kistel has no questions for, no cross-examination questions for witnesses, but please, if he does want to ask a question, he should chime in and let me know. But at this point, because we do go down the list in order of the party, so he would be next in line. And but just for sake of efficiency, I'm going to assume he has no questions and have him chime in and interrupt us if he does. So at this point, go ahead, Attorney Whites, for commission staff.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Morton. Evan Whites on behalf of commission staff. I just have one quick question, and maybe it's a question that us lay people, for an engineer, would seem kind of silly, but when you're talking about a circuit, am I correct in understanding that that is actually 3 separate lines, one for each phase?
Yes, 3 separate conductors make up a circuit. So it's a 3-phase system. So yes.
So when Mr. Jablonski was asking you about the use of the word lines, could that have been referring to a single circuit?
I don't think so.
Okay. So lines refers to in that document that you were being asked questions about, would refer to the circuit as a whole rather than conductors?
Yeah, so circuits and lines are terms that are used interchangeably. So one circuit, one line, multiple circuits, multiple lines.
Got it. And do you know if that's how, because I think this was a document that was prepared by Plymouth. Do you know that if that's how they intended to use it, or is that just how you typically use that terminology?
That's the way we typically use it.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thanks. Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much, sir. You're excused. We can take the next witness.
Your Honor, ATC calls Christopher Geithner to the stand.
All right. Oh, there you are. I don't know why you're shoved up in the corner there. I got you now. So raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do.
All right, so go ahead. Use your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Geithner.
Good morning,
Can you please state your name for the record?
Christopher Geithner.
And did you cause to be filed direct rebuttal, surrebuttal, testimony, 1 exhibit, and 1 errata in this proceeding?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
All right, do we have any questions?
Your Honor, this is the one ATC witness that we did not put on our cross list.
Sounds good to me. Any other questions from commission staff?
No questions from commission staff. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, then you're excused.
Thank you.
Thanks. Who's next?
For our next witness, ATC calls Ben Lauren.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Lauren.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record?
Sure, Benjamin Lauren.
And did you cause to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, surrebuttal testimony, rebuttal testimony, one exhibit, and one errata in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have. The witness is available for cross.
All right, questions and friend?
Thank you, Mr. Lauren. I'm looking at page 8 of your direct testimony. I'll go through, start with the direct and go through them sequentially.
Sounds reasonable.
Are you there?
No, where is, oh, there he is. Okay. I have page 8 here. Is the witness ready?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Mr. Lauren, you're familiar with the priority list that the state of Wisconsin has for citing of transmission lines?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and that priority list goes in descending order, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And the highest priority is existing utility corridors, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. I'm looking now at page 11 at the top of your testimony. In response to the question, what is induced voltage?
Okay.
Okay, great. So when you're talking about at the end of the first sentence in the answer to that question, does the term facilities, does that include things like electrical fences?
Yes, it would. Yes, it does.
Would it include metal roofs on homes or farm outbuildings?
Potentially. There's a criteria the ATC has for conductive materials and induced voltages.
Okay, so is that criteria, if it is a conductive material within X distance of transmission line conductors, then it meets the criteria?
That's one aspect of the criteria.
Can you summarize the other aspects?
Sure. Typically, it's the length that the material is parallel to the transmission lines.
Okay. So would facilities then include metal equipment such as farm equipment on rubber tires that is parked within the requisite proximity to the transmission line?
I don't think so, to the best of my knowledge.
Can induced voltage occur on that
I'm
kind
sorry.
of equipment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jablonski, you got garbled for me. Can you repeat that?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can induced voltage develop on metal equipment on rubber tires that is within ATC's designated proximity of the transmission line or induced voltage items?
I don't think so, to the best of my knowledge.
So is it your position that you do not get nuisance shocks? You cannot get nuisance shocks from ungrounded metal that is situated under a transmission line?
I'm gonna object. I mean, we have a stray voltage expert. I don't know that these questions are necessarily appropriate for Mr. Lauren.
Okay, I'm not asking about stray volt. I'm asking about induced voltage generally.
Okay, well, I guess to the extent the witness knows, the witness can answer, but if the witness doesn't know, he's indicated when that's the case, so that's appropriate.
Yeah, I guess I would characterize it as I don't know, as it's not my expertise.
You would agree that farm equipment, like a tractor, is made of conductive material, correct?
In general, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that under at least dry conditions, that conductive material is insulated from the ground?
I might need clarification. Dry material.
On a dry day, not raining.
I guess I don't understand, or I don't know how to answer that question.
Sure. Can you tell me why it is recommended that farm equipment operating in close proximity to transmission lines drag chains?
I'm gonna go back to the question. It's misleading in that it's assuming a premise that hasn't been established in evidence, I don't think.
I think it's pretty common knowledge at ATC for people associated with transmission lines, but if he doesn't have that knowledge, then he doesn't.
Yeah, he can answer to the extent he knows.
I guess the question was regarding chains, farmers.
Yeah, dragging chains.
I'm not aware of, or I'm not familiar with that practice.
All right. Let me move to Lauren, I'm moving to your rebuttal testimony now. I'm on your rebuttal testimony. I'm on page 4, the first full question answer, or the question and answer. I'm at the top. So you're aware that there's been a controversy in this case back and forth between ATC and N4N with respect to the distance to houses from the center line of the transmission project routes?
Yes.
Okay. So is it your position that calculating those distances using GIS would be more accurate than measurements made on the ground?
I guess it would depend, but in general, if we're using survey grade data, JS is less accurate.
Would it be less accurate than people going to a marker in the ground and using a physical measurement medium?
That would depend on what the marker in the ground how that was placed, what the data driving where that stake was set.
Mr. Lauren, I'm now on page 5 of your testimony. I'm looking at lines 13 to 15. So you indicate that the ATC has not yet finalized transmission line design for the project. So does that mean that the Public Service Commission is without the information that is accurate about distances to homes?
No.
So the only way that you can know the distances to homes from the transmission line is to have the center line of the transmission line defined with respect to a particular nearby home, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it is finalized within ATC identified to the Public Service Commission distances to homes, correct?
Correct.
So insofar as we're talking about distances to homes, the transmission line project, at least insofar as presented by ATC, was finalized.
Objection misstates his testimony, I think.
Well, he's asking a question. I think that's fair. Overrule.
Could you repeat the question?
Let's read it back. Let's read it back.
Thank you.
Question. So insofar as we're talking about distances to homes, the transmission line project, at least insofar as presented by ATC, was finalized?
At the time of this testimony, I don't believe the transmission line had been finalized.
Was the testimony prepared before ATC submitted its application?
This testimony is a rebuttal, so this would have been after the application was submitted.
So now I am looking on page 12 of your testimony, Mr. Lauren. So and I'm looking at specifically at lines 10 through 13, beginning with the phrase, this is not feasible, with the sentence, this is not feasible.
Okay.
So looking at the phrase typically interpreted as remaining wholly outside the existing easement. In fact, typical or atypical, ATC does cite transmission lines such that they, when running in parallel, will share a portion of an easement, correct?
Yes, that is sometimes true.
And the clearance that you're talking about here is the clearance from the other transmission line, not the clearance from that other transmission line's right of way.
That is correct.
Mr. Lauren, I'm now looking at page 13, the last page of your testimony. And I'm looking, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm looking at the last sentence in your testimony, other than saying that you're done, where you indicate that flatter terrain is preferred for transmission line design and construction. Have you visited the area where of the proposed transmission line options?
Yes.
Would you characterize it as flat?
I would say the terrain varies on both preferred and alternate routes.
And did you do any comparison of the topography of the land for the preferred and alternative routes versus the topography of the land going north from the from the substation to line X97?
No.
Thanks. I'll be moving on to your rebuttal testimony. Mr. Lauren, I'm on page 3
You said surrebuttals.
of the rebuttal testimony. Actually, the bottom page 2, the top page 3. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm focusing, Mr. Lauren, on the phrase current design at the end of the answer to that question. Was the current design that you were referring to there, is that the same design that resulted in you determining the transmission line center line to be within 20 feet of Nolan Harp's house?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lauren. Those are my questions.
Commission staff?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, the witness is excused. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Who do we have next?
ATC calls Kurt Bell next.
What was the last name? Oh, there it is. Thank you. The easiest name on the page here.
Happens all the time. All right, we got you unmuted, so I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Great, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Right.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Kurt Bell.
Okay, and did you cause to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony in one exhibit?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross. Thank you. So let's go off the record for a second. Before we get started, just your microphone, witness Bell, sounds a little low. I don't know if there's just a way to get closer to it.
Okay. How's that?
It's a little better. Yeah, we may just need to warn you if we can't hear you, may be interrupting a bit, but we'll take it from here and see how it goes. Okay, let's get on the record. Any questions from N for N?
Yes, Your Honor. I have questions about rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bell, I'm looking at page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 3 through 5, having to do with contact current. So,
Okay.
are there circumstances in which contact current even if the line is built in compliance with the clearances of NESC 234, can you can have a field, an effect from its electric field that is strong enough to cause shocks?
Correct.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
What are those circumstances?
You're asking other circumstances?
I'm sorry?
We're not hearing you.
Okay. Now I'm unclear what you're asking.
Okay. So my question can a transmission line, even when if it's built in compliance with the safety clearances of NESC 234, have enough energy to cause nuisance shocks because of the electrical field?
Yes.
Okay. So my next question was, what are those circumstances?
Well, the circumstances would relate to the positioning of the object near the line and what orientation as related to the voltage on the line.
So, thank you. You indicate on line 6 that a variety of methods can be used to reduce this induction. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, great. And you're talking about I was confused about this, right? Were you talking about the induction caused by the electrical fields?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm looking now at lines 7 to 8, still on that same page. Can you tell me what the optimal spacing configuration for a 2-circuit 138 kV transmission line is in order to reduce induction?
Well, actually, the optimal spacing is not the issue here. It's whatever the design calls for is the way we would make the assessment here. So there's a designated spacing of the line that's actually provided. And it's the assessment of an induction is made based on that spacing.
So is there not back and forth between the designers as to designing the lines such that you can gain additional separation?
Well, it's more
vague.
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm going to object as vague. Did you say, Mr. Sapo?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Overruled. I
Oh,
think.
sorry.
That's okay. Let's just continue on. Maybe things will become clearer as we go. So let's read back. Was there a question? Let's read it back.
Question. So is there not back and forth between the designer as to designing the lines such that you can gain additional separation?
There is back and forth with the designer. Typically, that has to do with other aspects there that I'd refer to as phasing. Phasing of the line makes a big difference, and the height of structures makes a difference. Those actually have much more impact than the actual separation.
So was this line designed so as to, and I'm looking at line 8, optimize phase spacing and configurations?
I'm gonna object foundation.
I'm referring to line 8 of his testimony.
I understand, but you're asking about this line, and the design activities for this line. I don't think this is the appropriate witness. I mean,
You
Frank,
say
do I
if he
understand
doesn't-
the question is related, you're asking about design for this project, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, this witness wasn't involved in specifically designing this project. So that's why I'm objecting on foundation grounds.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that this witness is aware of the design of the facility and is knowledgeable about the optimization of phase spacing and configurations. And therefore, he is likely to be able to answer this question based on that familiarity combined with expertise.
So we can ask him if he has knowledge of this project's design, or you can ask more generalized questions. I think either way is fine, or both. Is there a witness that has specific information that can answer this question? I guess that's a question for Attorney Zappo.
I think the witness would have been Ben Lauren, probably.
Okay. So there may have been some confusion about who is knowledgeable of what. So let's proceed here and then see. I don't know if witness Lauren is still around. We could recall possibly for that, but we'll work with this witness in terms of what this witness understanding is, and if that's not adequate, we'll see what else we can accomplish through a recall.
Maybe I can break up my questions. Mr. Bell, are you familiar with the design of the facility here?
No.
Well, I mean, it seems odd, given the first sentence on that page is the proposed line will be designed and built to meet or exceed clearances specified with the NESC. So it's, you know, can we get some clarity on this?
I mean, well, I mean, I don't want to testify for the witness, Your Honor, but I mean, his testimony focuses, primarily on strain induced voltage. I don't know what to.
Yeah. All right.
I think he's reviewed some of the application materials, but again, I don't want to be testifying for the witness, so I don't know what to say beyond that.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll continue on with questions as you can, and I think we may need to recall the other witness to get specifics.
So, Mr. Bell, you're familiar enough with the design of the line to be able to testify under oath that it will be designed and built to meet or exceed clearance specified in the NESC. That's true, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So is your testimony following that first sentence in the answer at the top of page 5, is that just generic testimony about transmission lines in general?
Yes.
So I'm trying to get a handle so that I understand your testimony. So your testimony, would it be fair to characterize your testimony as that if a line is designed and built to meet or exceed the clearances specified in the NESC, then the following statements in the rest of that paragraph will all be true?
Yes.
And you do not know that this line uses the most commonly implemented method or methods to reduce the induction that you refer to on line 6 of this testimony, page 5.
I'm not aware.
So I'm looking at line 16 on page 5, which you start a paragraph there. It starts with the words, "I also understand that ATC intends to design and construct the project." Have you analyzed the design of the project to determine that the project minimizes the potential for induction issues?
No.
Okay, now, Mr. Bell, I've moved on to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. I'm at the bottom of the page. You're discussing animal contacts there, essentially stray voltage shocks. I found this on the web. So, would you agree that stray voltage can cause more than mild changes in behavior?
Yes.
I'm moving on to page 7. Also, I'm back to the bottom of the page, line 21. And for purposes of context for you, Mr. Bell, you're talking about the issue of arcing here. Can you identify for us what abnormal operating conditions can create an electrical arc, or can create the conditions for an electrical arc?
Are you referring to just in general?
Yes. So I'm looking at this, and you're talking about during normal operations, and I'm asking you about what are the abnormal circumstances in which that electrical arc with an electrified fence could be produced.
I'm going to object. I think this is another misleading question because he's mischaracterizing. The question is mischaracterizing the witness's testimony.
Well, the witness says the entire sentence reads, "I'm unaware of transmission lines being able to create an electrical arc with an electrified fence during normal operation." So I'm asking Mr. Bell, what are the abnormal circumstances, abnormal operation in which an electrical arc can be produced?
You can answer that.
My understanding is if there was to be a switching an operation of a line, they were switching the line that would create a what we call a transient. It's a very short duration that can actually be classified as abnormal.
And that would be the circumstances in which an electrical arc could be created with an electric fence is a transient?
That is possible.
You call it switching the line?
Switching.
Switching, can you just describe what you mean by that?
What it means is that the line, they might take the line out of service. And so you would switch the line, from an operating to a outage situation.
So the line that has the arc would be in service or out of service?
Ask the question again, Your Honor.
The line that we're talking about, that there be potential to create an electrical arc, would that be the line that remains in service, or the one that's switched out of service?
Well, that's a good question, because you have the two circuits, so it's not clear what would be causing it.
Well, I'm just speaking which line would have the arc involved. So you're switching lines, meaning
It'd be the line you're taking out of service.
There is a line taken, it would be the line taken out of service that the arc might occur?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I see your question. Yeah.
Okay. That's fine, thanks.
Thank you. Are there other, Mr. Bell, are there other factors which can induce the creation of transients on a transmission line?
Not that I'm aware of.
So only a planned outage can create a transient? Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of actual causes, I mean, abnormal could mean an outage from, a switching outage from that's planned, or it could be an outage due to weather, for example. That you have a storm occurring and or lightning, that would be cause an abnormal situation.
So that would be an abnormal situation that would introduce a transient.
Correct.
So I'm looking now, I'm moving forward in your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Bell, on page 8. I'm at the top. I'm sorry, give me a moment. I'm ready to ask you that question. Now I'm on page 8. Mr. Bell, I'm in the middle. You're commenting here about the relationship in the question and answer between line 7 and line 17. The relationship, you're talking about EMF. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So have you reviewed the studies provided in this proceeding by Mr. Castell on EMF?
Objection. Can you specify which studies you're referring to?
Sure. Hang on. Mr. Bell, did you review exhibits 1 or 2 of Mr. Castell, Chris Castell?
I did a general review. I don't recall specifics.
So a general review of his exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. So just to refresh your memory, exhibits 1 and 2 are from Mr. Castell, are papers that were secured from the National Cancer Institute in the one that's exhibit number 1. I'm sorry, I'm misrepresented with respect to exhibit number 2. So you just did a general review that you are not qualified to opine as to the usefulness of any study that's been accepted as useful by the National Cancer Institute. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. The question is compound and vague. I don't know what you mean by usefulness.
Okay, sustained. You'll need to ask that differently.
Sure.
And just off the record, I just was curious, in terms of the Castell 2, that's not, you're not going to ask about that? You mentioned that before. I didn't know.
No, I'm not going to ask about C.
Okay.
Castell 2.
Okay, great. All right, so back in the record.
Mr. Bell, are you trained in medicine?
No,
Are you holding yourself as qualified to judge the credibility of any document that is produced by the National Institutes of Health on EMF?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Bell.
Do we need to recall, say, witness
No,
Lauren?
no, we don't.
Okay. All right, questions from commission staff?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, redirect?
Yeah, I just want to do some brief redirect here on this. Mr. Bell, I think at the beginning of your cross-examination, you were asked some questions about your familiarity with this project. Do you remember those lines of questions?
Yes,
And were you involved with any of the engineering design for this specific project?
no,
Have you reviewed ATC's the application that ATC filed for this project?
I had a brief review of it.
Okay. And did that review inform your understanding of how this project is designed?
In general,
Okay.
but not in specific design aspects.
Okay. You were also asked a series of questions on with respect to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony concerning arcing between a transmission line and electrified fence. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Can you clarify for the record what you mean by transients?
Well, it's an abnormal operation of the line, of the transmission line, due to, as I mentioned before, switching operation or due to, which is a plan or an unplanned, such as due to, weather related, lightning, storm, activity.
And I think you said it was that transients that has the potential to create an electric arc. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Would that always be the case?
Not necessarily, no.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. All right, well, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
If we're ready for its next witness, ATC calls Erica Beeman.
Afternoon or just
Hello?
afternoon.
Good
Good noon.
All right, great. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beeman.
Good afternoon.
Did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct rebuttal, surrebuttal, surrebuttal, 4 exhibits and 1 errata to your testimony?
Correct.
Do you have any corrections that you'd like to make to your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, I have one minor correction to table 1 of my rebuttal testimony. I believe it's on page 8.
Is this the errata or additional?
This is a minor correction in my rebuttal that was not filed in errata.
Okay.
So this is additional.
Okay, so you said page 8.
Table 1.
All right, and what would you like to correct there?
There is a missing superscript to where the number 057 is. That should be an 8. It's referring to note 8 below.
Okay. Okay, and with that correction, if I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, the witness is available for cross.
All right, I'm going to assume no objections to that correction. So that's in. And yes, okay. Questions from N for N. We'll start with you. Start with you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Beeman, I'm on page I guess we're going to be flipping it around, and I apologize for that. I'm going to go through your testimonies consecutively, but
Okay.
my notes are not sequential with your pages. So I'm looking
No,
at
I'll
page
mostly be referring to hard copies. That's how I prefer
Okay.
to. So, yep.
Great. So I'm on page 11 of your rebuttal testimony.
Rebuttal. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. I pulled up your rebuttal testimony because of the correction.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
if you can grab your direct testimony, I have a few questions there.
Okay.
I'm looking at page 11 or 12 of your direct testimony at line 5, where it starts the description that you use a heading agricultural lands. Do you see that?
I do.
I didn't see any identified qualifications in the earlier part of your testimony with respect to agriculture. Do you have any? What is your educational or professional background with respect to agriculture?
That is correct. No, I do not have specific expertise other than it does fall under my responsibility for data collection for the application process.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm on page 21 of your direct testimony. So I'm looking at that question that appears at line 2 and the associated answer at lines 3 through 6. You're referencing their ATC's routing and siting efforts were specifically designed to avoid the need for easement acquisition on publicly owned lands such as this, and this refers back to WDNR owned land, correct? Owned or managed?
Here, could you just clarify where this
Sure.
language is again?
What you're referring to when you're referring to routing and siting efforts specifically designed to avoid the need for easement acquisition on publicly owned lands, what you were referring to is lands owned by, in this case, by DNR, correct?
Where are you in the test?
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to.
I'm sorry,
Could you just restate the location in my testimony?
I'm sorry, I'm the location here. I'm at the top of page 21.
Okay. Where recreational resources. Okay.
Mine says other environmental impacts.
Yes.
I mean, not specifically DNR, but for this project, my recollection is that the publicly owned lands in question are DNR owned lands or easement lands.
Okay, so would you agree that with the exception of the lower Wisconsin Riverway, there are no specific restrictions on using public lands for transmission lines?
Objection, foundation?
She's talking about the impact on recreational resources and public owned lands, and I'm trying to establish, ATC is trying to avoid these lands. I'm trying to establish the grounds or lack of grounds for that vis-a-vis state restrictions in law.
Right. Well, and that's kind of my point is you're asking her about what restrictions there are in using state-owned lands, but haven't necessarily established that she has the foundation to answer that question.
Are you,
Go ahead.
Ms. Beeman, are you aware of any restrictions, legal restrictions that would encourage or preclude discourage or preclude the use of WDNR owned or managed properties for transmission?
Specifically cited in code or statute? I don't believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yeah, we heard.
Okay.
I didn't hear the end of your.
No, I mean, you're right. Other than, the requirement to engage with appropriate staff, I am not aware of rules or restrictions specifically in code or statute.
Thanks. I'm again still on page 21 of your direct testimony.
Second, I'm sorry. Just in terms of foundation, I just wanted to look at. I mean, I don't want to skirt over Attorney Zappo's objection. I guess it's looking at it with a fine view. I don't want to I think we're just kind of assuming the ATC witnesses are kind of knowledgeable about these things. But I did want to note that in terms of witness Beeman's background described in her direct testimony, I think it's safe to assume that that the witness would be unaware of restrictions in the routing, what restrictions may ATC may face when proposing routes and routing due to environmental resources and constraints thereof. So just in general, I think there's foundation based on the direct testimony, but I'll leave it at that, just so we know where we're at that point. But why don't you proceed with your questions then, Attorney Jablonski.
All right, Ms. Beeman, I'm now still on page 21 of your direct testimony, looking at lines 17 to 18.
Okay.
Can you tell me, I'm looking at the phrase, the area on this property where the project would be sited has a relatively low conservation value compared to the rest of the property. Can you tell me who made that judgment? That the conservation value is relatively low?
Right, that assessment was offered by my consultants with my oversight in reviewing the data that was collected.
And your consultants, who are your consultants?
For this project, I'm overseeing Stantec.
Okay.
Environmental consultants.
That's all I have on your direct testimony. I'm going to move on to your rebuttal now. Now I'm in your rebuttal testimony at page 11, Ms. Beeman.
Okay.
I'm looking at lines 16 through 19. Let me know when you have those.
I do.
Okay.
Ready.
So when you indicate birds along ATC's proposed routes, what's the area on either side of the center line of the transmission line for which you conduct surveys?
Per DNR protocols, the surveys conducted for this project were conducted in appropriate habitat areas for the birds in question.
Okay, but what I'm worried about or asking about is the phrase along ATC's proposed routes. And what I'm trying to get from you is how far away from the proposed routes did you survey? Meaning how far away from the center line of the transmission line did these surveys encompass?
They were appropriate habitat areas along both routes, not the entire routes.
Okay. So
I
when you
guess,
say
DNR protocols were followed and the survey results were approved.
all right, can you answer my question? Can you tell me what the band was out of area, starting with the center line of the transmission line headed in either direction, in which the survey protocols were applied?
I would have to refer to the protocols and the results report.
Okay, so is it fair for me to infer from that statement that the DNR protocol would indicate a distance from the center line?
Yes, I believe so.
And so where would we find that in the record right now? Is that a document in the application?
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe the protocols are presently in the record.
Right.
I don't know if there are any confidentiality concerns about that either. That it may be a better question for DNR. I'm just not sure.
That's okay, but it's in terms of the report, is it the endangered resources review that we're talking about, or is there another document that
It's subsequent. We have survey results for the hawk in question and songbirds in question.
So that's something that DNR has, or is it a data request response?
Not specifically data request response, but I mean, per requirements that we submitted the survey results when they were complete.
Okay. So we can go off the record. So just so for my sake of making sure the record's complete, is this something we usually put in the record? Anyone can just chime in here.
So my understanding, Your Honor, is that this would not typically be put in the record. Like you have the ER review, that's it, and there's a confidential version. And then to the extent these surveys are required, the company will go out, do the surveys, get approval, per the DNR protocols, submit the results to DNR, and then the DNR approves the results. But none of that typically, my understanding is, gets into the record. And Erica, you can, did I get any?
No, and they're not necessarily required. I mean, it was discussed in the ER review. You would have to abide by restrictions, or potentially an incidental take authorization, if the surveys were not done. But we chose to do the surveys. That said, they have to be done per protocol within certain windows. So that was a follow-up to the ER review. And the appropriate habitat areas ATC did have access to those areas.
Right. Okay.
Legal access.
See where we're at with that. Okay, so we're not necessarily going to be looking at those, and we don't have the DNR protocols available to us, but that might be something that I think an intervener, if they were going to be looking to investigate that further, would have needed to present some sort of information, bring that before the commission at this point, since it doesn't seem to be in the record before us now.
Right, and I would need clarification on how presenting it would work, because that level of detail per species specific information is confidential.
I just wanted to make sure we knew where the record stood, and it's nothing, we're not missing something per se. But if there's in a case where this may be an issue, whoever's raising that issue should be making sure that we have the documentation.
Right.
Okay. Right.
I believe the protocols are publicly available. But
okay. So they're still not in the record, but if we'll see what there's a need for that or not. Okay. But thanks for reviewing that with me.
Sure.
Some of the things that the sister agencies, I guess there may be a little bit of a gray area between what information we have and what they need and what we get. So, and that's not to say that there's anything wrong with that. It's just, we just need to, it's good to know that now rather than later.
And Miss Rowe, who is a witness, she
can, absolutely. address that. All right, so let's get back on the record. I think any further questions, Attorney Jablonski?
Yes, sir. Ms. Beeman, I'm on page 17 of your rebuttal testimony now.
Okay.
I'm looking at lines 5 through 8.
Yes.
What studies, if any, have you done to determine that N4N proposed routes would result in significantly greater impacts to protected species, habitat, and/or other sensitive natural communities as compared to the routes proposed by ATC?
No specific studies related to the routes, but I can say that just through review of maps and aerial photography, and actually through the process of our endangered resources review, it is, I can say that it's pretty obvious that that there are occurrences of rare species and there's high quality habitat through the state forest. The purpose of a state forest is really to preserve quality natural area. But as far as specific studies, we have not done that for those routes.
So you are aware that along the routes of the transmission line, there are private efforts to maintain or restore habitat as well, correct?
Not specifically.
Are you aware of the conservation easement?
The farmland conservation easement?
No, a conservation easement for not farmland preservation, a conservation easement to not develop the land and to manage it in a particular way.
I believe I'm thinking of the same one. Would like more clarification.
Yeah, if you can point us to the distinct conservation easement, that would be
I'm sorry, if you could point us to the
distinct conservation easement you're talking about.
Thank you.
I can't right now. I guess I'll have to wait. It's in N4N's testimony, but I don't have it here. Oh, here we go. The Glacial Lakes Conservation Easement. Did you testify
I'm
about
aware
it?
that was, I don't believe I have it in my testimony, but
Okay.
I am aware of discussions of that.
It's on the Christy Sorensen property.
Okay. What is your question again?
So I think in ATC in your direct.
Oh, it is in mine. Yes, there it is. Yeah. Yes.
And you're also
Thank you for bringing that up.
And you're also aware of the river crossings, right?
Yep. Yes.
And you are aware that N4N, at least one of N4N's proposed routes, already follows the route of a pipeline, correct?
Correct.
And if you went straight north from the substation to line X97, you would be going along an already existing corridor, which is a road through the Kettle Moraine, correct?
I'm going to object if there's a specific proposal from N for N you're referring to, can you show it to the witness?
I can. Are you familiar with the location of the substation?
Yes,
Ms. Beeman, are you familiar with the location of ATC's X97 line with respect to the substation?
yes,
Are you familiar with the roadways? Are you familiar with road, I believe it's County Trunk C that goes north from next to the substation, all the way almost to the X97 line?
through the state forest,
I'm sorry.
through
it's
the
County
state
Trunk A.
forest.
Yes, through the state forest.
I am not specifically aware of that road in this context.
Okay, but you're aware of a road that goes through the Kettle Moraine State Forest in the direction of the X97 line from the location of the substation? Or are you not?
No,
No. And are you aware of any transmission line that currently transects any portion of the Kettle Moraine in the area?
I am aware.
Okay. Would you generally agree that the sharing of transmission line easement right-of-way reduces the net environmental impacts as opposed to a new transmission line right-of-way?
Not necessarily.
I asked generally.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you investigate the environmental impacts that could be avoided by co-locating as much of the transmission line as possible with the W1 345 kV transmission line owned by ATC to the north of the substation?
Could you please repeat that question?
Let's read it back.
Question, did you investigate the environmental impacts that could be avoided by relocating as much of the transmission as possible with the W1345C of kV transmission line owned by ATC to the north of the substation?
I'm sorry,
No.
it's W1.
W1.
W1,
I don't know what 345C is, unless I'm really garbling
It's
my
the,
words.
it's the voltage of W1.
yeah, sorry. I
Uh-huh.
kind of smushed it together because I have no idea what it is. So sorry about that. Do you need it read again?
No, I think my answer would be that it wasn't investigated beyond, review through routing and siting.
So that was an option that ATC reviewed as part of option and citing before it filed its transmission line application?
Part of routing and siting is, because of state statute, is, looking at existing corridors, but environmental aspects are also part of that. And at the time I became involved in the project, we were avoiding the state forest lands.
Okay, I was asking about co-locating with the 345 kV W1 line. So did and at this point, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Did ATC investigate co-location on its own with the 345 kV W1 line?
I really can't answer specifically. um, Other than
Very good.
existing routes as part of routing and siting.
Was that part of the investigation?
I'm gonna object, it's asked and answered.
I don't know what the answer is. She says that it says part of the she says it says part of routing and siting, but I don't seem to be having a clear answer as to whether ATC investigated co-location along the 345 W1 line. Did I miss the answer?
I thought she had said initially that she can't speak to this specifically. But
Okay.
maybe we should read it back. That's what I thought I heard.
If that's the case, then I did miss it, and
Do you want us
I will
to?
move on.
Okay.
Ms. Beeman, I'm going to move to your sir rebuttal testimony now.
Sure, okay.
And actually, I don't have any questions on that. Thank you.
All right. Commission staff, any questions?
No, thank you.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Get off the record here. So we have a few more applicant witnesses. We have 1, 2, 3. I'm expecting there will be questions for these and maybe some significant ones. Is that assumption correct?
Probably at least with respect to Lind.
Okay. So at this point, it's probably good just to take a break. How about a half an hour? And we'll reconvene at 1 to take the rest of ATC's witnesses, see how much end for end we can get through before the next break. So 1 p.m. be here with everything going. Should be all ready to go. You can mute mics and turn off cameras. Thanks. Okay, we are back. And we have a few more ATC witnesses to take. So let's see if we have everyone back on screen. Yeah, looks like we got everything. All right, so I'm assuming it's witness Gura for next. Got you there. Would you mind taking your background off?
Witness. Oh, you said girl. Okay,
Gura, yeah.
thank you.
There we go.
Are you on yet?
I think we're ready to go. Yes, let's go.
Okay.
So I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Okay, let's go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gura. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Ben Gura.
And Mr. Gura, did you cause to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And if I asked you the same questions from your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is your rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
All right. We have questions. We'll start with Enfred.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Gura.
Good afternoon.
Did you testify on ATC's behalf in the Cardinal Hickory Creek transmission line project?
I don't believe so.
Okay, a lot of your testimony is about vegetation management, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you aware that in the Cardinal Hickory Creek case, the PSC ordered the applicants to allow tree and shrub species to grow within an approved right-of-way, particularly along the edge of existing forests or natural areas?
I apologize. Is Cardinal Hickory Creek is the project that runs from Madison to Dubuque, Iowa? Is that correct?
Yeah, there's the big battle over crossing the, well, it doesn't go to Dubuque because it goes across the Mississippi River, but.
Okay.
The general, yeah.
I was not involved with that project. I did not provide testimony for that, so I can't answer any questions regarding, what happened there. I apologize.
That's all right. Are you familiar with drones being used by some companies to monitor vegetation and utility transmission corridors?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does that enable transmission companies to monitor corridors at a lower cost?
No, unfortunately. So there's a couple hangups with that. When you fly a drone, the FAA says that you have to be in visual contact with that drone. So that means you have to have people there. You have to have a pilot. You have to have. When we dug into it as a company, it was 2 or 3 people that had to be part of that team. You have a variety of equipment that goes with those folks, so that way they can travel with the drone, and it kind of defeats the purpose of using the drone the way the current FAA regulations are put.
Are those FAA regulations under reconsideration with respect to transmission lines?
I'll just give us your answer now.
No, I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise, sorry.
Okay. It is feasible for certain compatible tree and shrub species to grow within a transmission line without endangering the transmission facility, correct?
Compatible tree and shrub species, yes. Compatible is the key word. Mm-hmm.
And what determines compatibility is their maximum height, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, you don't want them growing so tall that they touch the transmission lines, right?
That is one concern, yes.
Okay, so that is maximum height is a consideration.
It is one consideration, yes.
Speed of growth is another consideration.
For compatible species, no.
No. Can you tell us can you give us some examples of compatible species in the state of Wisconsin?
Yeah, so red twig dogwood under certain situations would be compatible. Prairie plants, corn, soybeans, crops like that. Those would be some examples.
And corn can grow up to 8 feet tall, you would agree?
Sure.
And dogwood can even grow taller than that?
I would not agree with that.
All right. What is the height restriction in ATC's perspective on compatible vegetation within a right-of-way?
The height restrictions are dependent on each location. So dependent on use, depending on the density of the species that are present, the line construction, the wire height. There isn't one set height that the voltage is another one. There isn't one set height.
Okay, can you tell me, I'm going to represent to you that the PSC in the Cardinal Hickory Creek case ordered ATC, well, ATCN, Dairyland Power Cooperative to allow compatible tree and shrub species to grow within a right-of-way, particularly along the edge of existing forests or natural areas. Can you tell us what compatible tree and shrub species are being allowed to be grown
I'm going to object.
along that transmission line?
Sorry, I'm going to object. The witness said he wasn't involved in that case and he can't answer questions related to it. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I can say, so what the applicants in Cardinal Hickory are doing in the right of way currently may be different than participating in the proceeding before the commission. So in terms of objecting because of not participating, that I don't think, necessarily.
Hello?
I think we've lost the hearing examiner.
Oh, we did.
We have.
I'm back here. Can you see me?
Oh, now we got you.
Yeah, it just stopped and restarted the whole thing.
The same thing happened to me as well, so.
Do you want what you were saying?
Yeah, let me get what you got last. Sure, thanks.
So in terms of objecting because of not participating, I don't think that.
Okay, so let's back on. Yeah, so the fact that the witness did not participate in Cardinal Hickory may not, square completely or prevent the witness from testifying as to what the witness knows is currently happening in the right-of-ways according to vegetation management practices. I guess we'd still have to establish if there are any vegetation management practices in play over there at this point, but just setting that aside, I think maybe there might be a relevance issue because Cardinal Hickory is a 345 kV line. What's being proposed here is a 138 kV line. So I think in terms of what's allowed to grow and for how close they can get to the line, if we're talking about specifics, there may be differences. So we want to be careful to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. So if there's something else that the witness can provide us to inform the commission about what it would permit within this project's right of way, specific to the heights of these transmission poles and the corridor established, that would be useful. And just maybe to shortcut some of those questions, I was just curious, is there a vegetation management plan offered for the record in this case?
I have to check, Your Honor. I'm not seeing one with our application. I don't know if one would have been provided in response to a data request. I'd have to look, but I don't want to say for sure, but I'm not recalling off the top of my head that being filed even in response to a data request.
Okay. So maybe I'm mistaken. That's, I can put Attorney Weiss on the spot here, but that's not a requirement for filing the application or like a standard data request that the applicant should be filing. Just seems odd. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd have to go back and double check with staff. If it's not part of the typical application filing requirements, I think most of those would be in the ATC exhibit, the application exhibit. But as far as whether or not there was a data request to that topic, I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, it just seems odd that we don't have anything in terms of how the company will plans to manage vegetation if the project's built. But so that's unfortunate, I guess, because it makes it very difficult to pursue these questions. I think that might have provided us a lot of the answers and maybe short circuit a little bit of the confusion. But yeah, I don't see it in the application, so I'm not sure what happened. I think from what I remember in past cases, there might not have been a final plan, but there's an example that they were sharing or providing for the commission to review. In past cases, we definitely had vegetation management plans in the record in past cases. So that being said, I guess we can pursue as best we can with this witness. I'm assuming this witness is going to have experience or will have suggestions for us in terms of what's recommended, what the company recommends in terms of height and spacing and accommodating vegetation in the right of way. So if not, we should get someone to appear that can answer those questions. So why don't we go ahead then with Attorney Jablonski's further questions. Go ahead. And so to end some of the confusion I just caused, I guess we had a pending question about comparing the ATC right-of-way management to this case, and I agree with that objection, but on grounds of relevance. So if you can pursue something maybe more pertinent to the actual type of line being proposed here, I think that would be valuable.
If I could interpose, Your Honor, I believe that along extensive portions of the Cardinal Hickory Creek line, it is double circuited with a 345 and a 138.
Okay.
So if I mean, I guess we can pose it as a hypothetical, but I can tell you where it comes from the CHC order. It's page 75.
And that's fine. Yeah, you can cite to and show us the order if there's something useful there. But yeah, it's just I think we just all need to be aware about the differences that pertain to the different projects. And if what you're talking about it relates to 138 kV, then maybe has more relevance, but we don't want to get that confused based on the different aspects of the project. So it may just take a little bit of awareness there before we get our answer.
And I guess I would just add, if you're referring to a specific water condition, can we show that to the witness?
Yes, I was looking for it. Can you point us to that, Attorney Jablonski, again?
It's page 75 of the PDF. Well, the page pagination is the same. Page 75 of the final decision in the Cardinal Hickory Creek case.
Your Honor, if it would be helpful, do you want the IRF number?
No, it's not necessary.
Okay.
It's 5 CE 146.
Oh yes, I know.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, so I think we have on screen the page you're looking at, 75.
It's
final
the bullet
decision.
point.
The bullet point, yes.
So, Mr. Gura, on behalf of ATC, would ATC oppose the inclusion of this kind of bullet point in this case?
Unfortunately, I don't know the right-of-way width that we're talking about here. Comparing Cardinal Hickory Creek to this current project, does the easement allow for that? Are we going to be able to utilize our proper tree trimming equipment at the edge of the right-of-way? So one of the typical constraints is if you have brush growing next to trees that you need to trim, you try to drive a bucket truck to that area, and that can damage the underside of the bucket truck. It could rip out sensors. A lot of those vehicles have oxygen sensors that can turn a truck off in a second if you run over the wrong bush or things like that. So unfortunately, I would not be able to answer that question for you with the information that I currently have. It's very possible in that Cardinal Hickory Creek that the easements are wide enough where those trees on the side don't need to be trimmed. So we wouldn't have that same situation. If we're talking about our typical 80-foot right-of-way, then my experience and my intuition would tell me that it would not be appropriate for such a narrow right-of-way.
No further questions.
All right, thanks. Commission staff, any questions?
I guess just one very brief follow-up for clarification. I think we talked about the voltage differences between the Cardinal Hickory line and the present line, but for a 345 kV line, does that have a wider right of way?
Significantly, yeah, yes. Depending on the construction type, the right-of-ways typically average either 125 feet wide or 150 feet wide.
Okay. And even if a 138 kV line was co-circuited with that 345 kV line, the right of way would be dictated by, I guess, the higher voltage. Is that accurate?
So from my experience, if there's an existing line with the easements and you're going to add another line to that, unless you're going to rebuild the existing line and put it on the same set of structures, then yeah, the higher voltage is going to dictate the easement width. But if you're going to co-locate it within the easement of, let's say W1 is the example that we've been talking about, that's on H-frame structures. If you're going to put a 138 line in that same easement, the current right-of-way would have to be widened.
Thank you. And I guess I should have clarified my question when Attorney Jablonski was asking about the fact that there was a 138 kV circuit as part of Cardinal Hickory. That wouldn't necessarily mean that the right of way would be smaller because the 345 kV would, in that circumstance where you're building a new line with the same structures, that would dictate the right of way, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
The higher voltage. Yep. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Now I understand better.
Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So before we move on, I guess I was just curious if there is a vegetation management plan for this project that the commission that we could provide to the commission for its review. Is there anything that ATC has currently?
So I think the answer is no, Your Honor. There's no veg management plan in the record. There were some responses that we made to questions related to vegetation management in response to the PSC's third set of data requests, but no formal plan. And then I'll just note, I looked, I don't believe there's a requirement in the AFR to include a vegetation management plan either. I do know, I think Your Honor is correct, that has been included in prior dockets, but where I've seen it is mainly on new solar facilities for whatever that's worth.
Yes, thanks. Okay. Is there a vegetation management plan in the works?
That I do not know.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark a spot for it. And we could call it girl 1. And if there is a plan in existence, we'll need to get that filed as girl 1.
And I guess, Your Honor, on that point, I'm sorry, I'm getting some information here. So ATC doesn't do vegetation management plans. They don't separate it out by project. I think there's just one general BM plan that applies to the whole company and its assets.
Okay. So it would apply no matter what size project, what capacity the line is.
I believe so. I believe there would be, there's I haven't seen it personally.
Okay.
I'm assuming that there's, different sections for different lines and things like that.
Right. Okay, well, let's have that filed as girl 1. And if we want to just get, well, I can just take your word for it. We could have the witness explain what a vegetation management plan is and what we're receiving in terms of the one that gets filed. I'll leave it up to parties what they want to do with that. But I think if we get the current management plan in the record, that's good enough for me.
Okay, and I'll just note that I think we may need to file all or a significant portion of that as confidential. I remember that from Cardinal Hooker Creek. There were confidentiality concerns because it is, proprietary. So
Yes.
just heads up on that.
I understand, and we'll let that go. We will not make that an issue here. So file it the way you filed it in Cardinal Hickory. That'll be fine. So if you do that, then you will need to serve that on parties as a password protected file, and then give the parties and staff the password for that. And when you put it on Earth, make sure it doesn't have a password on it.
Well, yeah, and I guess, I mean, I don't need to make this more complicated than it needs to be, but I don't think we have confidentiality agreements with any of the other parties.
Okay.
So,
so if they then don't give them password unless they sign a confidentiality agreement.
Okay.
All right. Anything else with this witness? Okay, let's move on to the next.
ATC calls as its next witness Megan Lind.
See you yet. Could be my fault though. Check.
Her screen's not on.
Oh, I think it is now. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lind.
Hello.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Megan Lind.
Ms. Lind, did you cause to be filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, sir rebuttal testimony, and one exhibit in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you the same questions from your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's all I have. The witness is available for cross.
Okay, we'll start with N for N.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lynn. I'm Frank Jablonski. I'm representing with my colleague N4N can you tell me, when did you start work on the project associated with your testimony?
Sure. I believe ATC secured a contract with Stantec, the company that I work for, in either late April, early May of 2023 for siting specific services.
I'm looking at page 3 of your direct testimony at the bottom at line page 1, where you reference utilize existing routing opportunities. Are you familiar with the priorities for routing opportunities in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes,
Legal priorities? Okay. So those favor use of existing utility rights of way, correct?
that is one of the priorities, correct?
That is in fact the highest priority, correct? They're in order?
Correct.
Okay. So this transmission line, what percentage of the preferred route uses existing right-of-way?
Don't recall off the top of my head. I know that information is included in one of the tables, possibly table 5 of the application.
We don't need to look it up. And I can look up the table. Thanks. So I'm looking now, I am on page 4 of your testimony, and I'm looking at lines 3 through 6, looking at sensitivities. Would you agree that sensitivities could also include the existence of conservation activities on private land?
I would agree that conservation easements would be considered a sensitivity.
I'm looking at page 4 still of your testimony at lines 16 to 17. Just for purposes of clearing up any confusion, when you're talking about maintaining appropriate fall distances between parallel circuits span lengths of 600 to 700 feet, those are not the same things, right? The fall distance is not 600 to 700 feet.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm looking at the bottom of page 5 of your testimony, where you're talking about field reconnaissance, lines 20 through 23. So I believe elsewhere in your testimony, you indicated that this field reconnaissance started in late July or early August of 2023. I think I can dig that up if you like.
Yes, we had 2 separate field reconnaissance visits.
Yes, and one was in late July or very early August, and the other one was also in the first half of August of 2023, correct?
That sounds correct.
I believe the specific date ranges are actually in your testimony.
Yes.
So what landowners in the study area were conferred with when the siting team was out doing that field reconnaissance in late July or early August of 2023?
The siting team didn't engage with any landowners during any of our site visits.
Oh, and here on the next on page 8, I've got your dates, July 17th and August 8th on lines 4 to 5. On line 8, and those are the siting team visits that did the field reconnaissance, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm done asking questions about your direct testimony. I'm going to pull up your rebuttal testimony now. This small break brought to you courtesy of Adobe Acrobat. Your Honor, I have to ask for about 4 minutes. I have the swirling beach ball of death.
We don't like that. Let's
So
go off
I'm
the
going to have to
record.
restart
and-
this thing.
Oh, you need to restart. All right, we'll be off the record.
Just the program.
Sure. Okay. Shouldn't take too long.
No, it won't. I'll
Never heard it called the beach ball.
Yeah.
Of death.
Well,
It's better than swearing at your screen.
all right. We're back up here.
all right, great.
Thank you. Ms. Lind, I have no questions about your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
I'm looking now at your sir rebuttal testimony. I have no questions about that either. My questions for you are complete, Ms. Lind. Thank you.
All right, questions from staff?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Corona we did. We have Zareen left.
Yes, that's our final witness, Kevin Zerum.
Great, I see you there. Let me swear you in. First to join us, last last to testify here. That's how it always goes. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zerum. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kevin Zerum.
And Mr. Zerum, did you cause to be filed rebuttal, sir rebuttal, testimony, and 2 exhibits in this proceeding?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is your pre-filed testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
That's all I have. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, questions?
Yes, Sharon, I have a question for you. So we filed this cross-examination exhibit related to Mr. Zerum, and then you substituted it. I haven't seen that before. I don't know how to deal with this.
Well, we'll just use that one, my version. It's the same document, but just slightly from a different source. So we could probably go off the record for this. So the original document that you had provided was testimony from Docket 3900 CE 100, witness Zerum's amended direct, which was actually wrongly named, but that's okay. I read, but what I did is I took that version, I took the version actually from the transcript of the proceedings, which is how we used to receive written testimony. We put it in this transcript. So now we know this is the actual version that went before the commission. And if we look at the exhibit that you had provided, I just took the version that appears on Earth, which is which on Earth it's indicated that this is exhibit 90 from this proceeding, which is just to make sure we're on the right page. So the documents are the same, it's just the format is slightly different. Mostly it's the testimony version. I just added the cover page to the transcript. So what I mentioned here is that, depending on the questions, we may or may not need to receive these as exhibits. So the process is that serving them by email and emailing them to me is appropriate. And then later on, if we do need to mark them and serve them, mark them and file them as exhibits, we would just do so after the hearing. So if we do need to mark them, we would mark them as actually Zaram exhibits, because that's the witness that's going to be identifying them for the record, and who will be asked questions about it, rather than an N4N sort of generic exhibit like you had proposed. So that's just part of our process. Commissioners understand that even though the exhibit's labeled as a Zaram exhibit, the witness did not, offer it, but for the cross-examination. So just a better way of organizing all the documents together. But so that's what we have in front of us now. So shouldn't change where you sit in this process, Attorney Jablonski, because the documents are the same, but none of the substance is different. So if you want to proceed with those documents, we can. And again, if we're going to mark them, we would mark them as Zaram exhibits. So I don't know if we're so first I should just probably ask, and why don't we get on the record for this? Or were you off? It looks like you're still typing.
You told me to go off. Yeah.
Yeah, you were supposed
to.
I was just rambling about all of the transcripts. So
I hear off the record around the record. That's what I'm listening.
Yep. So we're on. So we do have two documents. N4N has provided us to use for crossing this witness. And first, so let me ask the Attorney Jablonski, if we need to mark these, do you intend to offer them for the record?
I do intend to offer them if Mr. Zaram will verify them.
Okay, so let's mark them first. We have the excerpt from the transcript, volume 5 in docket 9300 CE 100. It's what's titled here, amended direct testimony of Kevin L. Zaram, MAI. We'll mark that, and it's just the excerpt of the written direct. It does not include the preliminary statements or the cross-examination of the witness. So that we can mark as Zaram 3. And then we have Zaram's exhibit in that same docket, was filed as exhibit KZ1 and later numbered exhibit 90. So that's the next document we have, that we can mark that Zaram 2. I'm sorry, Zaram 4. And so if we do receive these documents, you'll need the N4N, you will need to refile these with a cover page and the exhibit mark, so that when they're received in IRF, we don't have any duplicate stamping going on the front page. But so let's proceed. Go ahead with your question.
Mr. Zaram, I want to ask you some questions about testimony that you filed before at the Public Service Commission. We have discussed this testimony within the last 8 months, have we not?
We may have
Okay.
in our previous dealings with each other, but I don't specifically remember.
Okay. So, did you receive a copy of a document that we provided to the service list that we proposed as a cross-examination exhibit?
Yes,
Okay, so, and you received that just within the last few business days, correct?
correct.
Okay, and what that was constituted of was your amended direct testimony in docket 90, PSC docket 9300 CE 100, correct?
Correct.
In part, and also with your report that you also filed in that case?
Yes,
Okay, and that was actually a second report that you filed in that case. And the difference between the second and the first reports are that your second report incorporated into it the appendices. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically recall that, but I know there was an amended report.
Okay. So now your testimony in this case was provided to a reasonable degree of professional appraisal certainty, correct? Referring to the earlier case?
Yeah, it wasn't an appraisal, but as a consulting report, it's a similar standard.
Move admission of Zerum 3 and 4.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's in, thanks.
Okay.
Or
So
they're in, both of them.
Mr. Zerum, on exhibit, what's been marked as exhibit number 3, do you have it? Do you have that in front of you? That's
I
the
can-
testimony from the earlier case?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay, great. So for purposes of saving time, since we discussed this, you kind of recall your testimony in this earlier Public Service Commission case, correct?
Very generally,
Okay, and it was the context is you were testifying for opponents of a wind turbine project, correct?
yes.
Okay, and one of the things that the wind turbine project opponents were concerned about was the reduction in property values related to the visual, I guess I'll call it blight of, or the addition of the visuals of the high voltage transmission lines, correct?
Objection. I think that misstates what the prior case was about.
Yeah, you may have just misspoken, Attorney Jablonski. You said
Sure.
transmission lines. There may have been transmission lines involved, but I don't know if that's. what you meant.
I certainly did misspeak.
Okay.
So the individuals who hired you, or the entity that hired you, was concerned about the diminution in property value from visual impacts of wind turbines, correct?
Yes, that was one of the things they were concerned about.
Yes. And so in order to inform an opinion about that, you conducted an analysis, correct?
Yes,
And you indicated, is it a fair summary of your report to say that in that analysis, you used transmission lines as a proxy for property value diminution associated with large structures in the sky?
generally, I think that's fair. It was considered an analogous type of impact because we didn't have any wind turbine data to work with.
Okay. So, and what you did was you found a development in a Milwaukee suburb that you looked at, right?
Yeah,
Mequon?
there were two subdivisions that we looked at, and one in Brookfield and one in Mequon.
Okay. So do you, at this time, do you disagree with anything that you wrote back in that testimony?
Nothing specifically that I would disagree with. I mean, we did this a long time ago, so we'd have to talk about the specifics that you're questioning. But I don't recall anything that I disagree with from the analysis specifically.
And your analysis in that case involved exposure to transmission lines that were about a quarter mile away from the houses, correct?
Well, let me go back to your previous question, because I think I'm recalling the Mequon property was adjacent to a railroad line. And that data, we did use it in 2005, but because the transmission lines were adjacent to a railroad line, subsequently, we didn't use that data in later reports, because there was kind of a mixed impact there. However, with the Brookfield property, Weston Hills, we did continue to use that data in our later research.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. That's it for this witness. How about commission staff? Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. And do we have any redirect?
Yeah, I do have some redirect that I'd like to do, Your Honor.
Sure.
So, Mr. Zarum, you were asked questions about the two subdivisions that you looked at as part of this prior testimony. I think you said it was Mequon and Brookfield, correct?
Correct.
And okay, so first of all, I think you said that you didn't use the data from the Mequon portion of the analysis in later reports, correct?
Correct, for the reasons that I stated, because of it was inclusive of a railroad line as well as a transmission line.
Sure. So is that I guess is the data from the Mequon aspect of that analysis, is that reflected in your rebuttal testimony?
No, it is not.
Okay. For the Brookfield subdivision, is the data associated with the analysis you did for the Brookfield subdivision from this prior testimony, is that reflected in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is. We analyze it in two different ways, and we included one of those analyses in the rebuttal.
Okay. And with respect to both the Mequon and Brookfield subdivisions, can you just explain for the record what type of property value impacts you were quantifying as part of that prior analysis?
Yes, there we were looking at the impact specifically on single-family lots, vacant single-family lots in suburban subdivisions. So the percentage impacts that were presented in that study represented impacts to the value of the vacant lots. And that's when we talk about 17 to 20%, that would be related to the value of the individual lots and based on their sale price.
Okay, and so if there were subsequently improvements, new homes built on those vacant lots, how would those value loss percentages you reported in this prior testimony, how would you account for those in assessing the impact of the transmission line on the improved lot?
Yeah, so that's an analysis which we do and I go through that kind of discussion in my rebuttal testimony. Um, we develop the total amount of damages as a dollar amount based upon the difference in price between vacant lots that are near the transmission line versus vacant lots that are far away. And that damage amount is the total damage that is negotiated when the land is acquired. And then the people who buy that property build a house on the lot. In this case, they were building it right away, and they spend a certain amount of money on building and constructing their home. So they're making a total investment in land and home of a certain amount of money. And we look at that analysis when we develop an impact to the total investment that was made in land and building. We look at that damage amount and we divide it by the total investment in the land and building. And when we did that in this case, we derived impacts of 4 to 5% for the Weston Hills subdivision. And those impacts they're displayed on the graph in my rebuttal testimony.
That's the graph you're seeing on the screen right now on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thanks,
Your Honor, if
yeah.
I could just ask one question,
Yeah.
I did think of a question.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zarim. I'm Evan White on behalf of the commission. So these studies that we were referencing or Attorney Jablonski was asking you about, it looks like was some testimony that you gave back in 2005, right?
Yes.
Just generally speaking, a question that came to mind is, have there been any changes to, I guess, the real estate market or environment since 2005, such that that analysis may or may not continue to be applicable, or how have things changed over time, if at all?
Well, what we're looking at in that case is the impact percentage due to the transmission lines. And that's a specific impact that's not directly affected by market conditions so much as it's affected by the market's their perception of transmission lines. And when we use older data, we think it still has validity because we don't think that the changing of time necessarily changes that impact. That being said, we continue to look at studies over time. In addition, we do our own research. Many of these data points on our graph that you see in our rebuttal testimony occurred after 2005. A lot of these are more recent, and we're continually updating these data points. We also look at published studies that have been done over numerous years over time. And there's generally a consistency in the data over time. So I think it's still relevant, but we tend to give most relevance to the more recent data when we can.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
All right, great, thanks. Any redirect for that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great, you're excused. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So we'll just expect to see those documents filed within the 3-day window for refiling testimony and exhibits. So I think that's the balance of applicant witnesses. And it's not even 2 o'clock, so we're doing good. Let's move on to N for N. You can call your first witness.
So the only cross that we've got is for Mr. Castell and Mr. Klein, correct?
That's what you told me, yes, I believe. That's what my records show.
Yeah,
all right.
That's all ATC has.
Great. So we will call Mr. Chris Castell.
Okay, I see you
morning.
there. Let's just test out your sound. Can you just center yourself a little bit toward to the camera there? You gotta move a little bit to the side. Yeah.
Sure. I want to block the sign behind me here, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's right.
We can't get it all in, so I'm
That's
here.
all right. I think we got the point there. That's cool. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right, great. So it looks like, so it's off the record here, looks like there may be a bit of a delay in your transmission here. So if that gets confusing, we'll switch to the phone, or maybe try turning off your screen. But at this point, we'll just play along the way it is and see how it goes. But if people start talking over each other, we're not understanding you, we'll try just an audio connection. Okay. So when we get started, go ahead. Is it going to be Attorney Jablonski introducing the witness?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
On the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Castell. Can you state your name for the record and address?
Yes, my name is Chris Castell. My address is W5345 County Road N in Waldo, Wisconsin.
So, Mr. Castell, have you prepared three components of testimony that have been pre-filed in this case? Direct of 18 pages, rebuttal of 12 pages, and surrebuttal of 14 pages?
That is correct.
And also on your behalf, an errata of 1 page was also prepared for this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to the testimony that's been pre-filed, did you cause to be prepared or prepare yourself a total of 25 exhibits?
That is also correct.
Okay. If I were to present to you the questions that you wrote for yourself and answered for yourself in the pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Okay. And are the answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any changes with respect to the exhibits? Are you still sponsoring those exhibits today, the same as when they were connected to your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
I would like to ask you a couple of additional questions, but first I move that the testimony and exhibits of Chris Castell be entered into the record as if read and presented.
Yes, they're already in.
Entered into evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
They're in. I accepted all the documents on the list at the beginning of the hearing.
Mr. Castell, there's been testimony in the back and forth between ATC and members of N4N about distances to homes, including by yourself. You recall that testimony?
I do very well.
Have you further reviewed the distances to homes as asserted by ATC and by N4N?
Yes, I have reviewed it several times.
Okay. Do you have any additional observations on the proximity of transmission lines to homes?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I mean, the purpose of this sir rebuttal is to respond to the last round of testimony. It's not clear to me at this point what is being responded to in our last round of testimony. If they wanted to put these additional observations in, they could have done that in earlier rounds.
Okay, so the witness is allowed to respond to the last filings, particularly in this situation would be the surrebuttal and the surrebuttal filed by the applicant, as well as anything that the witness has heard today. That's fair game for a response. So if the Attorney Jablonski could just tie this question into the statements made in those contexts, then we can receive or hear the answer and see if that matches up with the criteria. But where exactly is this being, what's this being in response to specifically in terms of
I believe that it's the rebuttal of
so it's going to have to be surrebuttal or surrebuttal?
surrebuttal.
Which one? I'm sorry, Mr. Jablonski, which one?
Excuse me for just a moment.
And Your Honor, I'll withdraw the objection. I see in surrebuttal that this is responsive.
Okay. All right. Well, before we go any further, I just wanted to welcome the Schmidts, Robert, and I'm going to blank on your name. Is it Miriam? Mary, Robert and Mary. Thanks for joining us. You are a party to the case. I just wanted to ensure the record reflects that you have begun your appearance now. And let me just express my condolences on the death of a family member. We hope that your absence here didn't impair your ability to participate, but we are just started the N4N witnesses now. So there's quite a ways to go before we get to you. Well, there's actually only 2 witnesses we're going to be questioning. So there'll be some time before we take you on the witness stand, but just sit tight for now and we will get to you shortly. If you'd like, you could turn your video off. Leave that up to you. Since you are a party, you could keep that on if you wish. But just so you know, we'll take your testimony after Neighbors for Neighbors, since we are in the middle of one witness at this point. So let's move on and continue with Chris Ketzel's testimony. We do have a pending question. Do we need to have that read back?
I can restate it. Mr. Kestel, do you have any additional observations on the proximity of transmission lines to homes as this controversy has played out between ATC witnesses and N4N witnesses?
Yeah, I found it really surprising that the 5 closest residencies were transcribed to being the furthest away in the charts that ATC presented to the Public Service Commission. Most of the other distances were fairly accurate, but the 5 closest homes to the transmission lines weren't anywhere in the right categories.
So how did you analyze the distances from the center line of the transmission line so that you can contest this?
So we used stakes that ATC's associates had placed out in our fields several months ago, marking pole locations.
Okay.
So we use that for a baseline of where to put the center line of the transmission poles. We deemed that to be 43 feet. We then used the 43 feet, subtracted the homes from the center line, and came up with the distances. We verified using tape measures and measuring devices, and we also verified it using GIS, Sheboygan County GIS mapping.
Okay. With those statements, do you believe that N4N's analyses of the proximity of those 5 closest homes is more accurate than ATC's?
We believe we are 100% certain that our numbers are correct.
With respect to your own land, so you're familiar with the controversy in this case over farmland preservation, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what N4N provided was a depiction of what it believed to be preserved land based on a county map.
Correct.
And the ATC response to that was that that is not within map did not describe particular properties in farmland preservation, correct?
That's what they stated, correct?
Okay, so just for purposes of clarification, is your property in farmland preservation?
Yes, it is.
Are other properties that you know of personally in farmland preservation?
Yes, there is other properties as well along both routes that are in farmland preservation. The reasoning for people putting farmland preservation on their farm is to protect their farms from development. So there's lots of hoops that have to be jumped through to have your farm in farmland preservation. So we opted to do that, to preserve our farmland and not have it developed.
Mr. Kestel is available for cross-examination.
All right, we'll begin with the applicant, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Castell. My name is David Zappo. I represent ATC in this matter.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I just want to start with some general questions about you. So I think you said when you're introduced, you reside at W 5345 County Road N in Waldo, correct?
That is correct.
And you live there with your wife and your 2 sons and your dog?
Yes, and we also have about 28 cows living with us, not in our house, but on the property.
Okay. And you're a 3rd generation farmer, right?
That's correct.
And do I understand correctly, you run your farming operation with your mother and father, Thomas and Janine?
Correct, as well as my wife, and we have hired help as well.
Okay. And is there a name associated with the farm?
Name of the farm is Evergreen View Farms, LLC.
Okay. And do I also understand correctly that you grow rotating crops as part of that farming operation?
Yes, that's correct. We've had several award-winning crops grown at our farm that we've competed internationally with other farms and have won many competitions with our crops. So that is correct.
And it also sounds like you have a pretty reputable dairy operation as well. Is that right?
That is correct. We have.
Sorry, go ahead.
We have many national and world records on our farm that leads us to be able to export many genetics leaving our farm. So reproduction is a very big part of our farm and has been a big staple.
And am I correct in understanding that your farming operation spreads across multiple properties in Sheboygan County?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so there's the one property that you live at, but then there's another property a couple miles east down County Road N. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that's I want to make sure I have the address right. That's W 4672 County Road N in Waldo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to show you an overhead map that ATC prepared. Your Honor, could we circulated this yesterday. It's the map Kestel property file. There you go. That's the one. Okay. Mr. Castell, I'll just give you a chance to look at this and orient yourself and just let me know when you're done.
I reviewed the map that you had submitted yesterday.
Okay. Does the area look familiar?
Yes, those are part of our properties, correct.
Okay, so this is the other property a couple miles east of where you live down County Road N, correct?
We have properties all over Sheboygan County, so this is one of our property locations.
Okay. But I just want to confirm, this is the property at W 4672 County Road N?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and I want to point specifically, you'll see the parcel labeled Evergreen View Farms on the north side of County Road N. That is the property associated with the address that I just mentioned. Is that right?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. The parcel on the map labeled Evergreen View Farms LLC on the north side of County Road N. That's the property associated with the W 4672 County Road N address?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so north of that property, there's actually an ATC transmission line that runs roughly east-west, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's distribution lines that run along County Road N just south of the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We have property on both sides of the distribution line, so I'm not 100% of what your question is asking.
So my question is just for the Evergreen View Farms property on the north side of County Road N. There are distribution lines that run along County Road N, basically in front of that property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit this map. I think this would be Castell Exhibit 26.
Yes, that's the correct marking. Do we have any objections?
No objection.
All right, yeah, hearing none, that's in as Castell. So the Castell property map will be exhibit N for N, C Castell 26.
Okay. And Mr. Castell, how long have you been involved with Evergreen Farms' farming operation?
It's been a lot of years. I did spend a lot of time off a farm to get further education, doing other businesses as well. My current time back on the farm has probably been close to 20 years.
Oh, okay. And where did you graduate high school?
I graduated high school from Sheboygan Falls High School.
And I think you
home of the Falcons.
Nice. Did you attend college or trade school or technical school?
Sure did.
What institution?
Moraine Park Technical College, located in Fond du Lac.
What do you hold any degrees?
No, I don't at this current time.
Okay. Are you licensed as an electrical engineer in any U.S. state?
I am not a licensed electrical engineer, but I do have quite a bit of experience working with expert engineers, or not engineers and electricians, through some of the processes that we've been through on the farm.
Do you have so I guess setting aside your work with those consultants or or what have you. Do you have any specific training as an electrical engineer?
I do not.
Have you ever worked for a public utility before?
No, I have not.
Do you have any experience with the ProMod or PowerWorld software applications?
No, just with what I reviewed that ATC testing has done.
Do you have any experience modeling the operation of the transmission system in accordance with National Electric Reliability Corporation standards?
Yes, I reviewed some of the National Electric standards, and I saw that ATC did not follow testing as the same standards that they had outlined that they should be following.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that last answer and just ask that you instruct the witness to answer the question that was asked. And I can repeat the question. The specific question was, do you have experience modeling the operation of the transmission system in accordance with National Electric Reliability Corporation standards?
You can answer that.
Do I have past experience modeling transmission lines? The answer is no.
Okay. And are you licensed as an attorney?
I am not licensed as an attorney.
Have you ever received any kind of legal training?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Have you ever received any kind of legal training?
No.
Okay. The last topic I want to talk with you about is your direct testimony. And I will go specifically to page 5. And I'm looking at lines 2 through 4. Starting on line 2, you state, we have completed a total rewire at one of our farms and isolated the grounding system from the utilities grounding. And my question is, that rewiring occurred at the farm located at W4672 County Road N in Waldo, correct?
That's correct.
And again, just to be clear, that's not your property that's located along the project's preferred route, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall approximately when that rewiring occurred?
Yes.
When did it occur?
Approximately 2012 and 2013.
Okay. And you had stray voltage testing conducted by We Energies in 2006, 2013, and 2015, correct?
That's correct. And as well as 2024.
Thank you. And the testing in 2013 and 2015 found that stray voltage was within acceptable limits, correct?
I don't recall those specific tests.
Okay. Your Honor, can we pull up the document that I cite or I distributed yesterday? I think it's N4N discovery responses. And maybe if we can just go to page 6, PDF page 6. Thank you. Mr. Costello, I'll give you a chance to look at this interrogatory and let me know when you've read it.
I can't display the whole thing once, so if you want to let me know when you get down to the bottom, what you can see there.
Okay.
Do you recall receiving this interrogatory previously in this proceeding?
I do.
And did you help respond to it?
I did respond to this, and now this, I remember my response. So the results, I had the paperwork in front of me. I don't have the paperwork in front of me right now.
Sure. So based on, well, I guess, Your Honor, I guess I'd move this into the record as Castell exhibit. What are we at? 27 now?
That sounds right. Yes. So Castell 27, C Castell 27 is the, we'll mark the discovery response. The response to ATC discovery from Neighbors for Neighbors. Don't see any particular date on here, but
I'm sorry, you don't see any particular
I
what?
don't see any date
Oh,
to
thank you.
reference. Oh, here we go. So the response dated August 11th, 2020. Okay, so we've marked it. Go ahead.
And have we moved that into the record, Your Honor?
No, you haven't moved it in yet.
I'm sorry. Can we move it in now?
Okay, any objections?
No objection.
Okay, it goes in. Anything else with this document?
No, Your Honor. With that, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay. And I just wanted to say, I just kind of left your objection or instructions pending here. I just did not respond because I think there wasn't really anything that the witness was doing that required my intervention. And rather than stop the flow of questioning, I just chose not to respond. So I think it all went well in the end. So we have ATC is done with the questioning. Anything from commission staff?
Nothing from commission staff, Your Honor. I just would point out that since we have the Schmidts joining us now as interveners, perhaps you would like to inquire the same inquiry that we did earlier about whether they had any questions for the witness.
Yes, I will as soon as I give Nenferend an opportunity for redirect. First, I have to get Attorney Jablonski's attention. Do you have any redirect questions?
Do I have any? Thank you. Mr. Castell, Mr. Zoppo asked you about NERC standards, National Electrical Reliability Corporation. Do you recall that questioning?
I do recall the questioning.
Did you look up the TPL standards that have been included as an exhibit to your testimony?
I did.
Were you able to understand those TPL standards?
I was able to understand.
Okay.
Standards.
I'm referring to Castell Exhibit 24.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, I reviewed them. And in my understanding was that ATC did not follow the protocol set up according to those standards.
And that's as indicated in your other testimony, correct?
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks very much. You're excused. Yes, we do have the Schmidts available here, so we'll take your testimony now. At this point, we have testimony solely filed by Robert Schmidt.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I was just suggesting that if the Schmidts had any questions for Mr. Castell as parties.
I'm sorry.
Was my suggestion.
I misheard that completely. Let me ask you that then. So Bob Schmidt, I see you're there. Did you have any questions to ask Chris Castell? And you'll need to unmute. Hang on, I could do that. There we go.
Mary, did you have any questions?
Not right now.
Yeah, it doesn't show her name, but it's Mary, M-E-R-R-I.
Yes. Okay. Thanks. So, any questions for Chris?
No, we
No.
don't.
Okay. So it. Let me change the name here. Okay. Okay, so in fact, so let's continue then with end-for-end witnesses. We'll take the Schmidts. We'll really take Robert Schmidt after we're done with end-for-end. So let's hear from the next end-for-end witness.
Mr. Klein, are you here? Are you available?
Yes.
N4N calls Richard Klein.
Okay, see you there.
I'm here.
All right, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Klein, did you prepare for this proceeding direct testimony of 4 pages and surrebuttal testimony of 4 pages?
Correct.
And did you also prepare an exhibit, a report, and another exhibit of which is a picture of gas pipeline markers?
Correct.
And those exhibits accompanied your testimony?
They do.
If I were to ask you the questions that are presented in your direct and surrebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same as they appear?
They would.
Do you still, is the testimony that is presented in the direct and surrebuttal true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you continue to sponsor the exhibits, Exhibit Klein 1 and Klein 2 that you prepared?
I do.
Move admission of Mr. Klein's direct and surrebuttal testimony and his exhibits Klein 1 and Klein 2.
Yep, they're already in.
Mr. Klein is available for cross-examination.
Any questions from ATC?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Klein. My name's David Zappo. I represent ATC. It's nice to meet you.
Same here.
I want to start by talking about your background a little bit. Do I understand correctly that in about 1973 you started pursuing a degree in environmental science?
I did, but I stopped after a year.
And what institution were you looking for that degree in?
Towson University in Maryland, Essex Community College.
Okay. And you just said you had stopped after about a year. So do you have any kind of an advanced degree?
No.
And you're not certified as a biologist or a chemist, or correct?
Correct. I'm not certified.
Are you licensed as a professional engineer in any U.S. state?
No, I'm not.
And you were employed by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources between 1979 and 1987. Is that correct?
Actually, 1969 to 1987.
Okay. What role did you have while you were employed by the DNR?
I started off as a conservation associate working in fisheries management, then a conservation associate working in water quality monitoring.
I'm sorry, working in workflow
Water,
management?
water quality monitoring.
Thank you.
My apologies. Then I became a natural resources manager or professional classification with the department. And for 10 years, I oversaw their Save Our Streams program.
And in 1987, you founded Community and Environmental Defense Services, correct?
That's correct.
And that's your current consulting firm?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever worked for an electric utility?
I have not.
So is it fair to say then you don't have any firsthand professional experience designing new transmission lines?
Designing, no.
Are you familiar with the National Electric Safety Code?
Only in a very general way.
So you don't have any expertise applying that code in the context of constructing new transmission lines, correct?
Only in the context of the impact that it might have on aquatic resources.
I'm sorry, but the question is whether you have expertise applying the code, the National Electric Safety Code, to the construction of new transmission lines.
I'm not familiar with it enough to know what portions of it would apply to aquatic resource impacts. So I guess my answer is no.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the report that you filed, and that's included as Exhibit 1 to your testimony. And I'll just ask, just generally, based on this report, is it fair to say that you're generally concerned with the project's impacts to the local environment?
Specifically, the aquatic environment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, specifically the
Aquatic.
aquatic. Thank you.
Aquatic.
And so if we go to page 2 of this report, you've prepared your calculation of the wetlands impacts associated with 2 of the routes that Neighbors for Neighbors has proposed, correct?
Correct.
And if we go to page 7, thank you, Your Honor. One of those routes, it looks like in yellow and I think that's brown, would run basically north from the substation, across County Road A, and then north along the West Shore pipeline to ATC's X97 line, correct?
If X97 is the 138 kilovolt line, then yes.
Okay. And is it, that was a mouthful, so is it okay if I refer to that as the West Shore pipeline route?
Sure.
You'll know what I'm talking about?
Certainly.
Okay. So if we go to page 10 of the report, you note that there are no, sorry, I'll wait for you, Your Honor. This is the top of page 10. You say there are no wetlands along the existing West Shore pipeline, correct?
Based upon Wisconsin DNR's surface water map.
And did you conduct any field investigations to to field delineate wetlands along the West Shore Pipeline route?
I did not.
And would you agree that the DNR's surface water data viewer may not depict all wetlands along the West Shore Pipeline route?
I would agree with that.
And if wetlands were found through a field investigation, that would tend to increase the wetland impacts associated with the West Shore Pipeline route. Would you agree with that?
Certainly.
Okay. If we go back to page 7 of your report, looking at that map again. Another one of N4N's proposed routes would run north out of that substation, west across County Highway A, north along the pipeline, and then east along the W1 345 kV line, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's a mouthful. Can I call that the W1 route?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so going back to the bottom of page 10.
I just looks off the record for a second. So the W1 route, can you just give me the color indication of that? Is it multiple colors?
So I believe on this map, Your Honor, it's the yellow and I think that's purple.
Okay, so it turns on the purple. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just, because the line W1 isn't indicated on here. So can you just go back and just describe it in terms of the color code?
Sure. So
okay, let's get back up.
So I think the W1 route we're describing, Mr. Klein, is the route on page 7 of your report here. That's the yellow line that goes north out of the substation and then turns into the, I guess, pink line that runs east. That's the W1 route, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, if we go to the bottom of page 10 of your report, you note in the second sentence that there are wetlands present along that portion of the W1 route that parallels the 345 kV line, correct?
Based upon the Wisconsin DNR surface water maps.
Okay. And similar to the last question, you didn't conduct any field investigations to field delineate wetlands along this portion of the W1 route either, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that if there were wetlands determined to be present pursuant to a field investigation, that could increase the wetland impacts associated with the W1 route, correct?
Of course.
Okay. I'd like to pull up Beeman Exhibit 4, Your Honor, if we could.
Sure.
Mr. Klein, have you reviewed this exhibit?
I don't recall. I may have. I looked at a number of them.
Okay, fair enough. So if we look at the green line coming out of the New Plymouth substation and then running east to the 8241 line, that basically depicts N4N's proposed W1 route, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that this route appears to cross the Onion River at least twice?
Correct.
And the Wisconsin DNR has designated the Onion River as an exceptional resource water, correct?
Correct.
And exceptional resource waters are some of the state's highest quality waters. Would you agree?
Second highest. Nichols Creek, which is crossed by the proposed route, is the highest.
Right, fair enough. But as an exceptional resource water, it is still one of the state's highest quality waters. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's about 1,500 outstanding streams in Wisconsin, 254, there are 254 outstanding and about 1,500 exceptional.
Okay.
And Onion River is, of course, one of the exceptional. Nichols is an outstanding stream.
Would you agree that exceptional resource waters can provide valuable fisheries and habitat?
Oh, yes.
Would you also agree that they provide or can provide recreational opportunities for Wisconsin residents?
Yes.
Would you agree? Well, scratch that. I want to go. Actually, we'll stick with this exhibit. If we can scroll west a little bit, Your Honor. There we go. So the yellow line on this exhibit would appear to depict N4N's proposed West Shore pipeline route, correct?
The yellow line, yes.
Okay. And that route goes through the Kettle Moraine State Forest, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that as a state forest, Kettle Moraine provides recreational opportunities for Wisconsin residents?
Yeah, considerable.
Would you agree that it provides important habitat for plants and animal species?
Certainly.
Potentially even species that are classified as threatened or endangered under state or federal law?
Possibly. Possibly.
Okay. And does your report specifically address how N4N's proposed routes would impact those species or their habitat?
No, what I tried to do in my report was to show that there were alternatives available in addition to the two that ATC looked at, which could potentially reduce impacts to Nichols Creek and the Onion River. For example, for the W1 route in my report, I proposed adjusting that alignment so it would reduce the crossings of the Onion River from 2 to 1. And I had proposed other steps that should have been part of a comprehensive evaluation of alternatives that would have considered the fact that right now both Nichols and Onion River are far below the thresholds for the amount of forest in the watershed that several
I'm sorry, far below the amount of
forest threshold.
I'm going to interrupt because we need to can you address your answer specifically to the question regarding Kettle Moraine?
Yeah, Judge, I would like to strike that response from the record and have the witness, like you said, answer the question specifically.
Okay. Well, I think it's duplicative of current testimony. So we'll note that, but I think let's have the witness then direct your answer to the question, which involves investigating the impacts with respect to the Kettle Moraine.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, we'll have it read back.
Was it the very last question?
Yes, I believe so.
Question, and does your report specifically address how N4N's proposed routes would impact those species or their habitat?
It does not.
Are you familiar with the Wisconsin DNR's endangered resource review process in Wisconsin?
Not in a detailed way. I did review DNR's endangered species comments on the ATC project.
Okay. Did you submit an endangered resource review request for either the West Shore Pipeline route or the W1 route?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to go back to page 11 of your report. The PDF page 12. Yeah, this is the one where you note that impacts to the Onion River could be reduced considerably by diverting the ATC transmission line route from the 345 kV right of way to follow what looks like a light blue line in this figure on page 11 of your report, correct?
Correct.
Did you quantify or attempt to quantify the cost of this reroute?
I did not.
Did you attempt to quantify how many acres of forested land it would impact?
I did not.
Did you quantify how many acres of wetlands it would impact?
I did not.
And did you quantify how many landowners it could impact?
I did not.
Okay. I want to go to page last sort of topic here is on page 7 of your report. Where you note the first paragraph about 7.7 square miles of the Nichols Creek watershed to the point where it flows beneath County Road V. 22% is forest, 67% is agriculture, and 5% is urban, correct?
That's what the U.S. Geological Stream Stats site said.
Okay. And those statistics quantify land cover in the Nichols Creek watershed north of County Road V, correct?
Correct.
Nichols Creek continues flowing south after it crosses County Road V, correct?
Correct, although I think it becomes the north branch of the Milwaukee River at that point.
Okay. Did you quantify how much of the land within the watershed south of County Road V is forested?
I did not.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Council, you saying V like Victor or B like boy?
V like Victor.
Thank you.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thanks. Questions from the Schmidts? Any questions for this witness?
No other questions.
Okay, and commission staff?
No questions, thank you.
All right, do we have redirect?
No redirect.
All right, thank you then, you're excused. I did want to mention, oh, I didn't want to close that yet. Oh, well, so let's go off the record. While we still have N for N's turn here, I just wanted to review, noting in particular the exhibit we just saw. I did want to clarify, possibly help with some of the refiling requirements. And so just wanted to point out, and I know I'm not gonna catch all of probably what might be helpful, but I did notice this. So let me start from the beginning. So this document correctly includes our disclaimer that the citations in the document are not record evidence. So to be perfectly clear, the citation, the document that the citation is referring to is not record evidence. So the entire document is record evidence that you're seeing that's being offered, including the citations, but the citation going beyond that going beyond the simple citation it would be extra record. So the disclaimer is there for the reasons that in this way, we don't have to worry about the citations being in the original document. They don't need to be redacted. They don't need to be removed. If they're hyperlinks, the hyperlinks don't have to be broken. And those are things I was requiring parties to do prior to having just a simple disclaimer on the cover page. It just says, ignore those citations. They're not record evidence. You can't use those documents to build your argument. We won't give them, the commission won't get those documents. Review in court won't get those documents. They'll simply get this exhibit on its face. So, so just make sure everyone's on the same page. Every time you review the record, every time you review this document, that's clearly in mind. But so all these citations, you really don't need to put the disclaimer in the document because it's on the cover page. And it's actually preferred that you don't what I would say call alter the original. So because you have the disclaimer on the first page, you don't need to put anything in the body of the document. You can leave it as originally procured. However you got that original document, you can leave it as is. And then the other item I just noticed, and this kind of, I've seen, this being applied in a variety of different ways among the different cases. So this is also not necessary to add in because, like I said, the original cover page, the cover page to all of this has a disclaimer on it. So therefore, all of these citations are also already been disclaimed by the cover page. So there was some citation, yeah. So these citations here. So just so you know, for refiling purposes and for future cases, once you put that disclaimer on the cover page, you're good to go. Don't have to worry about the citations that are made within the document. And the same thing, so for testimony, each time you have a citation in testimony, you do need to put the disclaimer on the citation. So I think we can use a Quetzal document just for purposes of illustration. So, for example, this citation should have the disclaimer on it. Oh, sorry, you can't go there.
Just with regard to that example, Your Honor, as I had explained when we refiled in the cover sheet that I provided, that document is actually produced as an exhibit.
Yes.
That was a convenience link, but I can add the NRE.
Yeah, so you don't have to do an NRE for an exhibit. So that's a good example for 2 points, right? So if you were simply including the link, you could put the disclaimer on there and you would inoculate this from use in the record. If you're offering it for the record, just cite it as the exhibit, and that indicates for everyone that it is record evidence. It's been offered, and it's good to go for the commission's review. So, but doubling up with the link, that's no good. We don't want to do that. So
okay, would Your Honor prefer for that particular instance that when we refile, we put the NRE designation in, or simply take the hyperlink out?
No, I would take the link out. I would just cite to the exhibit. Yeah, and always just cite to an exhibit when you can, when that's available.
May I comment?
Yeah, I just want to make one more point about this, which is if you do have a disclaimer in testimony, and you don't have any more, but just as a convenience, once you use the text of the disclaimer and then you put NRE as the sort of acronym for that, you can just use NRE for the remaining sites. You don't need to include the entire citation. So I think in one of the other end-for-end test evidence filings, it was you're repeating the entire citation. I mean, it doesn't bother me, but just for your own sanity, if you want to just use the NRE shortcut for subsequent disclaimers, that works. That's kind of what's contemplated there. So yeah, who else had a comment on that?
I have a comment, Your Honor, which I believe that one function of this footnote in Mr. Castell's testimony was provenance. So it's not just some random thing that I found somewhere.
I'm not sure I understand.
It's from cancer.gov. So that's different from being, I found this somewhere on the internet. Somebody somewhere on the internet said something.
Right,
So,
but you are offering it as an exhibit. So the exhibit's going to stand alone.
yeah, but I don't know that the exhibit has its provenance in it.
Well, I don't know what you mean exactly. I mean, I see
It does say National Cancer Institute on the top, but it does not indicate it. When printed out, it did not have the actual web address that would tell anyone beyond that where it came from.
Okay, well,
I think that was the concern and why we added that, just to indicate that it was
from this. Yeah,
from a government website, which
I guess that's, well, but this brings up more. So I would say I mean, no one's objecting to this. I think I would just take out the link because it does bring up more than just the exhibit. I'm sorry, that's not. Brings up more than what's appearing as the exhibit. So
yeah, when you print it, it doesn't print the hyperlink.
Yeah, I understand. But I think if people have seen the exhibit, they're not objecting to its in terms of foundation or where it's coming from. I would just take the link out at this point. But I understand I understand your point, but I think having the link just causes more issues at this point in the process, causes more trouble than good.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't know what I would do in the future, I guess. Yeah, maybe having it in the first draft and then taking it out would make sense for this kind of thing. I don't know. I've never seen that particular situation before. So, any other questions about that from anybody? No. All right. Okay, great. So how are we doing? We've been here for about just an hour. Boy, it seems like a long hour for some reason, but
2 hours.
2? Oh, has it been 2?
Your clock's slow an hour?
Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. Well, let's do the Schmitz, and then we'll be able to take a quick break. So we do have Robert and Mary Schmidt here.
Are we back on?
In attendance. Yes, let's get back on the record. Okay, so Robert and Mary Schmidt, I see you there. So we have just kind of a logistical issue here. In terms of what we're doing in this session is we are verifying Robert Schmidt's written testimony and the exhibits that were filed in connection with that testimony. And then we can hear any additional testimony which would be connected to responding to any surrebuttal or surrebuttal that's been filed in the case. You weren't here for a lot of what was said today, but if there is something you wanted to add from what you heard today, that would be possible as well. The only trick is that Robert Schmidt's the only person who had filed testimony. So technically, we should be hearing from Robert only. Let's take Robert first and handle that situation. I think if Mary, if you do wish to comment, I can I can make an exception to what we normally do, but I'd like to just get through the first process of hearing from Robert first. So if that's right, first I'm going to swear Robert in. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. So just state your name, please.
Robert D. Schmidt, SCHMIDT. And also to add the testimony that I prepared, the direct testimony, Mary worked on it with me and reviewed everything that we put down and filed.
Okay, great, thanks. So are you the same Robert Schmidt that you pretty much answered this, but you're same Robert Schmidt that filed direct testimony and 7 exhibits?
Yes.
And are those documents complete and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right. So I did want to mention that I did create new formatted versions of your exhibits, emailed those to everyone today. I don't know if you got a chance to look at that.
No, I just, the ones I looked at and I actually printed out, so I had the filed ones which have the PSC reference numbers on. That's what I would be looking at in front of me on the table.
Okay, so they're just conforming those documents to our filing standards. And what I usually I do require that parties then refile based on my comments. I do have them already prepared, so if you would like, I could just file them myself on your behalf.
That would be appreciated, Judge.
Okay. So I'll do that maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But basically just changing up some of the cover pages. That's pretty much the extent of what's going on there. So at this point, we have your testimony. It's been verified, so we'll accept it for the record. So now I can ask you, Robert, if you do have any comments you'd like to make in response to surrebuttal or surrebuttal. Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, what I would like to add is that one of the main parts of my testimony is that, I reviewed everything that was sent out in the EA, environmental assessment. I did think that it was a little bit light, maybe a lot light in some of the, wetlands areas, nature areas. And part of my testimony did include both views and write-ups for the Parnell Tower, the Parnell Trail, the Nichols Creek Wildlife Area. And that's an extension of the Kettle Moraine State Forest, the Ice Age Trail, the Kettle Moraine Scenic Drive, all flows into this area where the power lines are proposed. And I thought it was significant for the environmental assessment of the area as far as the DNR and the nature area, the forest, and the state park. So that was a main part of my submittal. The other part in the testimony was the map 1-A1 from ATC. And it was missed that that road that runs through one of the routes is actually Kettleview Road. It's an extension of Kettle Moraine Scenic Drive and the Ice Age Trail. And it really wasn't identified at all. And one of the routes runs right through the middle of our farm, which is pretty significant. That's an area which we've kept undeveloped, strictly crops right now, the rotation, soybeans, alfalfa, corn. And that would be a pretty big impact running power lines through there. And the same thing for the other route too. This whole area is an extension of the Kettle Moraine.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for your comment and your statement. Okay, so we do have Mary Schmidt in attendance. My understanding is you did want to make a statement here. I think in this situation, it's fair to just have you make your statement. I think just for purposes of aligning this process with how we usually handle these things, this will be an exception because we usually don't take witnesses this way. But I think if you have a brief statement to make about the case, I'll allow it. And we'll see. We'll take it from there at this point, but I don't think there's going to be too much danger in doing it this time. So let me swear you in too. You did want to comment, is that correct?
It's a small comment.
Sure, I understand. Let me swear you in first. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course.
Okay, and just give us your name and give us your statement.
I'm Mary Schmidt. I'm married to Robert Schmidt, And we have a farm on Kettleview Road, and it's on Kettleview Road, and there's the Parnell Tower and the Parnell Trail, and this is why we wanted to settle here. We've enjoyed all of the amenities and the aesthetics, all of it is, and we never thought anything like this would happen.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I appreciate you attending, and again, sorry for your loss in your family situation here, but I'm glad we could accommodate the timing here and get you your testimony on the record and your position before the commission. So
it did work out well, Judge, and we were able to make the whole service, the mass, the cemetery, the final closing. So we appreciate your help with that. I had one final comment about the whole area. You know, this part of Sheboygan County is the highest elevation point in all of Sheboygan County, which is right near the west end of this power line project. So I think it's significant with the DNR, with all the forest and the aesthetics of the nature areas.
okay, well, thanks.
Okay,
So
well,
we have
thank
any
you.
questions for the witnesses? So we'll start with Robert first. ATC, any questions?
Nothing from ATC, Your Honor.
Okay, and for Mary as well?
The same for Mary as well.
Okay, how about N for N?
No questions for either witness.
And commission staff?
No questions for the Schmidts. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Great,
All
thank
right,
you.
great. So I can excuse you. Feel free to stay on the line, but you can disconnect if you wish. I'm gonna just close your well, you can stay there.
We
You're
can leave it up. We
Yes.
appreciate being able to be a part of this and
More
participating.
feedback.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we can take a brief recess here. What do you people think we need here? We just have staff coming up. Should we do 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
15 is fine for me.
You know, work for you? All right, that sounds good. So what does that make it? So about like 3:20 or so. Yeah, a
That's
little bit after 3:23, maybe something like that.
We can just
All right.
leave the Zoom. We can leave the Zoom up on the screen then.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that.
Okay,
Great, thanks.
thank you. Okay, we can take a quick break here. Restrooms.
There is a little monster alive and well.
Okay, you may have to give me more information there.
Nah, he'll be home in, my husband will be home in 20 minutes, so she can handle, she can handle that.
Canine.
That little monster, yeah.
Okay, I was like, uh-oh, I've got to look behind me and see.
I have a plant that I've had for 20 years that she destroyed yesterday.
Oh no. Oh well.
That
happened. That's gonna happen. Puppies.
It was from my dad's funeral. It's pretty sad. She heard about it. Are we waiting for the Schmidts?
No,
oh,
that's okay. We are Schmidts are done, so they can stay on, but we don't have to wait for them. So
sorry, I wouldn't have talked.
oh yeah, we're that's so yeah, we're here to take staff witnesses. So let's get on the record and begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to go in opposite order, so starting with the DNR witnesses. So first witness I would call is Stacy Rowe.
All right, see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
Stacy Rowe.
And what is your position with the DNR?
I am the Endangered Resources Utility Liaison.
And in this docket, did you file or cause to be filed direct and serve rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
If asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And lastly, are the statements and representations in your direct and serve rebuttal testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Rowe is available for cross.
Yeah, we'll start with the applicants. Any questions?
No questions from ATC, Your Honor.
How about N for N?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rowe. This is Frank Jablonski. I'm representing N4N along with my colleague Dana Lamond. So looking at your direct testimony, do you have that in front of you?
I'm going to have the judge pull that up.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So if we go to page 4 of that testimony. So I'm focusing on the word strongly. Project applicants are always strongly encouraged to follow the recommended actions. Do you see that statement in there?
Yes, I do.
So what oversight is provided to ensure that they're following those recommended actions, if any?
I would say from the state perspective, because they're simply recommended actions, if the applicant chooses to follow them, they could always let us know. They could provide reports on what they did, whether they did presence absence surveys or they did something else. But we have no legal mechanism for them to follow up with the state in terms of those recommended actions.
Okay. So I'm looking at lines 14 to 18 on that same page. I'm sorry, page 4. And this has to do with the bird. This has to do with the birds. Okay, so wouldn't you expect birds to travel more than 1 mile than the buffer that you used in your database study?
Yes.
Okay, so why not have a bigger boundary?
So this is the state's policy and how they conduct endangered resources review. So this is not just simply for this project. It is for all projects within the state of Wisconsin that get an endangered resources review. We look at occurrences for those birds that go into our database. And then when we review projects, we look at those occurrences not only within the project area, but within a mile of terrestrial and wetland species and 2 miles for aquatic species. And that's the policy that we've used for doing ER reviews.
So can you tell me how you determine an occurrence?
For birds, an occurrence is no nesting bird, and that could also be indicated by the presence of a singing male in its territory.
I'm looking now at page 5 of your testimony at lines 5 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to represent to you what I've heard is that Mr. Jack Woodland indicated he had a conversation with you about 2 endangered species on their farm. Do you recall that in March of 24?
Yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that that was about the Carner blue butterfly and the eastern Mississauga rattlesnake?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason that these didn't make it into your testimony?
We do not have verified records. And when I say we, I mean the DNR does not have verified records of those species being present. And I am not the one who does the verification. It is our Natural Heritage Inventory program within the DNR who verifies those records. And neither of those records could be confirmed based on just verbal acknowledgement of those species thought to be present there.
Is there a follow-up process that DNR has when such notifications come in?
Yep, and we did ask the landowner to submit photo records of those species, which at this time we do not have. And so we cannot accurately state whether those species are present.
All right. In your testimony on page 5, line 12, I believe you indicate, make a reference to mussels. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So, did the DNR check for mussels in Nichols Creek?
I do not know if the DNR has done surveys for mussels in Nichols Creek.
Do you understand there's a crossing of Nichols Creek?
Correct.
So does DNR not do surveys of creeks and areas where they're going to be crossed by infrastructure like this?
No, because we do not have the personnel to do those number of surveys.
So how did you get the information about the mussels near the laydown yard?
Those would have been from observations that either have been recorded by the public or have been done by surveys from DNR, either in recent years or in past years.
So those are my questions for you, Ms. Rao.
All right. So was staff any questions from the Schmidts? Yeah, we're muted here. Any questions for the witness? Robert and Mary?
Not at this time.
No, okay, thanks. All right, so we've done, okay, so we need any redirect?
No redirect.
All right. So we'll move on to the next witness.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse, sorry. Getting late.
Next, I would call Macaulay Holler.
All right, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Macaulay Haller.
And what is your position with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources?
I am an environmental analysis and review specialist.
And specifically in this docket, did you file or cause to be filed direct and serve rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And do you have any additions or modifications to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
If asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And lastly, are the statements and representations in your direct and serve rebuttal testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions from the applicant?
No, Your Honor.
And for N?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Holler, I'm looking at page 10 of your testimony. Or excuse me, page 4 of your testimony.
And direct?
Direct or
direct? Yes, line 10.
All right. I'm looking at Judge Newmark, so one moment, please.
And just repeat that location again. So.
Page 4, line 10.
Oh. Okay.
So is there going to be any kind of oversight on the temporary placements, the TCSB, to ensure that they are constructed and removed properly?
So the applicant would need to follow, if the project is approved, they would need to follow the permitting conditions. And so there are standards in the permit, if the project is approved and they receive permitting from DNR for the placement of structures of those temporary bridges, there are standards that they are required to follow. In permitting conditions, there are also things about DNR staff coming on site if they feel they need to. There's also opportunity, if I can't remember for this particular project, there could be environmental monitors on site. There could be any, if anything is shared from the public regarding concerns.
Are you familiar with projects approved by the Public Service Commission where the Public Service Commission has prescribed an environmental monitor?
Yes, I'm aware of projects where an independent environmental monitor has been assigned to the project.
Is that a favorable condition for the protection of natural resources in your perspective?
I think it is project specific.
Is it favorable?
Again, I can't quite say. I know that applicants are required to follow their conditions, and I may defer to the PSC if they require an independent environmental monitor for a project.
So looking at lines 11 and 12, so if there is disturbance to banks, removal or cutting of riparian vegetation, that's a permanent impact, isn't it?
Not necessarily. I'm not. Could you talk a little bit more about permanent impact?
Well, if a bank is broken down, then what happens is that bank is gone, and there may be the development, or there will be the development of a subsequent riverbank. But you know, if part of it gets knocked down,
let's see if the witness agrees with that.
Would you agree with that?
I don't agree.
You don't agree. So if a piece of a riverbank is knocked into the river, you're not saying it comes back.
What I believe I'm saying in my testimony, as well as the environmental assessment, the TCSB, in order to follow the requirements under Chapter 30 for the state of Wisconsin, they need to place and remove that TCSB in a way that minimizes impacts to the waterways. For example, if the project was approved and it received a general permit from DNR Office of Energy for the placement of that TCSB, the applicant would not part of a condition is they could not dredge below the ordinary high water mark in order to place that TCSB.
So the ordinary high water mark is lower than the high water marks that we're experiencing this year in the state of Wisconsin. Is that correct?
I can't comment on that.
You're familiar that this is an exceptional rain year for us?
I don't think I can comment on that in order to testify today.
So you're not familiar with that?
I'm not familiar.
I'm going to object at this point. I think it was asked and answered.
Okay, sustained.
So I'm now at page 6 of your testimony.
Okay.
Looking at lines 16 and 17.
Okay.
So there's what are the conditions that trigger the requirement for compensatory wetland mitigation?
Specifically for utility projects, that would be a project that results in over 10,000 square feet of permanent wetland fill.
So looking at page 6 at line 5, what you're talking about here is there's 1.0 acres of temporary wetland fill.
There is, okay. Looking at line 5 of my direct testimony, I am saying that the preferred route would include 1 acre of temporary wetland fill from the placement of construction matting in wetlands.
So the impacts from those placements of construction matting will be, it will smother plant and animal life that is there currently, right? Or whatever's there when it goes in.
I don't think I agree with that comment.
Can you tell me why?
The temporary placement of construction matting is a minimization technique that, and this is also in the environmental assessment when I talk about placement of temporary matting, but it's a minimization technique for work in wetlands to aid and prevent in heavy equipment or vehicle use from rutting the soil or compacting the soil, or also trying to prevent and minimize those impacts to that vegetation.
So is it fair to say that what it is that the mats cause less trouble than without the mats with construction for the wetland?
No, not necessarily. It's a minimization technique. So applicants can also work in wetlands during stable conditions. So that could be dry or frozen, and as long as soil rutting and soil mixing is not occurring. When you see that soil rutting, soil mixing, that is considered a discharge of fill. So the preference, if it comes to a temporary discharge of fill, the department for this particular project would prefer to see temporary construction matting placed in wetlands to prevent the direct soil mixing and rutting from not having matting, if there's going to be rutting available and it's working in unstable conditions.
Is it preferable from the DNR's perspective that this work be done, if it is done during stable conditions, like winter?
That is a minimization technique, yes, to work during stable conditions and frozen. I believe that's also in the environmental assessment as a potential minimization technique for impacts to wetlands.
Would the department be in favor of an order point if if the commission approves the project requiring that minimization?
Could we please, Judge Newmark, could we please scroll down to there's an area where I believe I put in some order points that the commission could consider if the project was approved. I'd like to look at that before I answer, please.
Sure, let me take a look.
I think it starts on page 6. Well, 6 going into 7.
Okay, so yes, so maybe on line 8 of page 7, I did offer for the commission to consider an order point that the applicant shall utilize temporary construction matting and wetlands when stable conditions are not present during construction, or if operation of equipment results in the discharge of fill material in wetlands.
Hey,
All right, Ms. Haller, I'm looking at page 8 of your testimony.
Okay.
The you're talking about co-location with ATC line L SEC 345 kilovolts. Do you see that on between lines 13 and 17?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. So did the department do any comparative analysis of co-location of the transmission line with the W1 345 kV transmission line? ATC, it's a different transmission line.
If it's different than what was filed in the CPCN application, then no, I did not review those routes.
In the environmental assessment, there's, excuse me, that's for another witness. Thank you, Ms. Haller.
Okay, so Schmitz, any questions from you?
No questions.
All right, and redirect.
No redirect.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you. Next, commission staff would call Olivia Pullman.
All right, I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Olivia Pullman.
And what is your position with the Public Service Commission?
I'm an environmental analysis and review specialist.
In this docket, did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And are you also submitting exhibits marked exhibit PSC EA and exhibit PSC AIS?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or the exhibits at this time?
Yes, I will be refiling my testimony following this hearing, simply with the revised version, just to update the citation to the AIS. Rather have it cite the exhibit rather than the PSC ref number listed on Earth.
If asked the same questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And lastly, are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. With that, the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions from ATC?
No, Your Honor.
And for N?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So, Ms. Pullman, looking at page 3 of your direct testimony, lines 14 to 16, where you indicate that the overall environmental impacts are not expected to be significant. Did you in making this determination look at the impact of the project on lands such as conservation easement lands that are privately managed for the protection of species and habitat?
Yes, I did. This conclusion is made in conjunction with other staff members. And that's not entirely my decision. It's also a decision that's made by my supervisor, who is the WIPA coordinator.
So but this is your testimony, right? This is your conclusion?
Correct. I made the recommendation, but ultimately I do not have the final decision.
Okay. So what private lands managed for species diversity, habitat, and potentially under conservation easements did you consider?
We considered all parcels that were a part of both the proposed and alternate routes.
So do you recall any particular parcels that were where it was indicated to you that land was managed for preservation?
There was one parcel that was identified to be within a conservation easement.
Were there any parcels in which people indicated that they maintain that land to maintain habitat?
There were certainly people that commented on the EA scoping that they maintain their property with hope to conserve species on their property, yes.
And was any evaluation of how much of such land exists?
That is not, it was not a part of ATC's information that was provided to us. So.
Okay, so the DNR on its own did not quantify how much land is by individuals being managed to protect.
I do not represent the DNR. I represent the Public Service Commission. That would be a question for DNR staff.
So the Public Service Commission did not pursue its own determination of how much land is being preserved or said to be preserved by individuals for purposes of diversity, wildlife, and aesthetics?
The applicant provided to us the details regarding how much forest impacts there were, how much grassland impacts there were, agricultural impacts, and we were informed that there was one conservation easement. We do not have information about what individual people would identify their lands for outside of their land uses.
So the PSC doesn't do an independent investigation.
We do an independent investigation.
Well, did you do an independent investigation of the lands managed by individuals for individual landowners for diversity, wildlife, and aesthetics, and quantify those?
The DNR.
I'm going to interject at this point, and this is Attorney White speaking. I'm going to interject and object. I think this has been asked and answered by this point.
I think it's been asked, but not answered.
Yeah, I think we do want a complete answer. I'd agree. So overruled.
The DNR reviews species accountants informations, as was stated, as well as wetlands and waterway information. And as I said, the applicant provides to us information regarding forestry impacts, grassland impacts, agricultural impacts regarding to land uses. So regarding like your question about species, those would be within the accountances that the DNR reviews for threatened and endangered species.
And with respect to the lands individually managed for diversity, wildlife, or aesthetics, the PSC did not make an independent evaluation of how much of that kind of land existed along either of the ATC routes, correct?
I think that it is a bit subjective because what you would qualify for conservation lands, that it just saying that it's a conservation land that you manage, it doesn't have an official designation. So if it's a grassland that you manage, it's still grassland, which we do review.
And that review consists of an independent analysis to make sure that what ATC is telling you is correct?
Yes, we do review information, but we also do have to account for the fact that the information that the applicant provides to us, it is considered factual information.
Okay, I'm looking at your testimony on page 3, the direct where you reference the acres of woodlands within the limits of the proposed right-of-way that would require clearing. So, and I'm going to quote you something from page 30 of the environmental assessment, section 3.9. It said, the applicant did not include narrow tree lines such as wooded fence rows or windbreaks. So does the 9.56 acres, does that include the wooded fence rows or windbreaks, or does that exclude them because the numbers from ATC?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, so your testimony says that the proposed project contains 9.56 acres of woodlands within the limits of the proposed right-of-way that would require clearing. We're clear on that, right? Lines 21 to 23. All right, and then the EA says, however, that the applicant did not include narrow tree lines such as wooded fence rows or windbreaks. Were those excluded from the 9.56 acres?
To my knowledge, correct, because the narrow windbreaks would not be what we consider forested lands.
So I'm looking at page 5 of your testimony. Lines 19 to 22. Where they're discussing undergrounding. What did the PSC do to test the assertions of the applicant with respect to these cost increases?
I'm sorry, can you start the question over again?
Sure.
I kind of lost it.
What did the PSC do to test the assertions of the applicant with respect to these assertions about cost increases?
That would not be within my field of expertise. I don't do cost assertions.
So to your knowledge, the assertions of the applicant about undergrounding with respect to costs, operational maintenance, and challenges over the life cycle were not independently reviewed and tested by the PSC.
We work with a team of staff. We work with a team of staff to prepare the EA and review these responses. I am environmental. I don't do cost assertions.
Okay. So you're testifying in sponsorship of the EA, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Have you observed the conflict between N4N and ATC over the distances of the transmission line to homes?
I have.
Okay. Is the EA, what if anything is going to be done to sort this out for the Public Service Commission? Because I believe there's a table in the EA.
The updated tables have been contributed through testimony, and that can be clarified that way.
Those are my questions from Ms. Pullman.
All right. Any questions from the Schmidts?
No questions.
All right. So, yes, go ahead. Someone else? Oh, we lose our witness. So I guess just go off the record for a second. I had sort of a follow-up question from, I think it was witness Klein, and I think I may need some assistance from counsel to formulate this question. My understanding, I remember Mr. Klein, witness Klein was asked whether he had done an investigation on, and I think it was endangered species in the Kettle Moraine, or was it wetlands? And the answer was that there was a database that could be checked. And I think my question probably would have been better for DNR witnesses, but I let that go. And I'm just wondering if I could ask our environmental witness, if that's something, depending on which thing it is, once we get that established, is that something that anyone can check and have the DNR check for them, or do you have to be an applicant to get that information? And so if anyone recalls what that topic was it wetlands? Was it endangered species?
Judge, I believe I had asked Mr. Klein if he had submitted a certified endangered resource review request to
Yes.
the DNR for N4N's proposed routes, but it wasn't limited to the state forest, I guess.
To the routes, okay. And yeah, so with that background, let me just ask the question. So let's get back on the record. So witness Pullman, were you present when the applicant had presented questions to witness Klein for N4N?
I was.
Okay, so we just established that the record will reflect that ATC had asked witness Klein whether he had made a request for an endangered resource review on the N4N proposed routes. I'm wondering, to the extent you can explain the DNR process, if you can, please do. Is that something that a non-applicant, say any member of the public could request of the DNR?
Endangered resources are obviously confidential, and so I can really only speak to what utility projects would require, because that's what I work in now. But outside of that, I can't speak to that fully. So if there was a DNR witness, they could, I guess, speak to that outside of the utility aspects of that.
Okay, generally you don't know if that's just something that the public can request.
Unsure.
Okay, all right. We wouldn't happen to have those DNR witnesses around, would we? Would it be Ms. Rowe?
I believe Ms. Haller is still, I'm still seeing her.
I don't know if it would be. So we'll go off the record for this. So witness Haller, you were present in this. Is that something you would be able to answer, or should we?
My understanding is.
Okay, let's get on the record then. Hang on.
Wait.
So
you are on the record or you aren't?
We are now. Well, what were
Okay.
we before? I guess that's fine then. We'll be on the record now. So witness Haller, you were present during the just past discussion we were having about endangered resource review requests. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you remember you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay, so just quickly, if you could just give us a general sense of that situation. If a private party was to request an endangered resource review, is that something that the DNR could accommodate? What would the process be?
Yeah, I can only speak up to a certain point. I believe so on our website, the public, anyone from the public can go to a specific location on a map or update shape files to get what we call a preliminary assessment. And so what that would do is once they enter the project information and answer a couple questions, you would get a report back stating it wouldn't have confidential information about it, about specific species, but it may say whether their activities would require further review by the department or certified reviewer. It could say that there are no further actions necessary. Or it could say there may be recommended actions. And that's my experience based on utility projects. When it comes to requesting an endangered resources review, a formal review by the department, I can't speak to how that works if it's the public. And I don't know if the public can get at that information or if that needs to stay with the department.
Okay, great. Thanks. I appreciate you pitching in for that answer. Does anyone have any follow-up questions for, sorry, Witness Haller? No? All right. Thanks. Thanks very much for doing that. All right. So if we can excuse Witness Paulman, anything else for that witness?
Not from the commission.
All right, great. Thanks very much. You're excused. And if we have one more witness.
Lastly, I would call Dan Grant.
All right, Dr. Grant, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Could you state your name for the record?
Daniel Grant.
And what is your position with the Public Service Commission?
I'm a public service engineer.
In this case, did you file or cause to be filed direct and serve rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
Yes, I would like to make a few minor modifications to my rebuttal testimony.
And what are those?
On page 3 at line 18, I would like to change the words from congestion minutes to congestion hours. And on the next page, 4, I believe it is lines 8 and 9, it would be 5,169 hours instead of minutes and 18 hours instead of minutes. And that would be all the corrections that I would be seeking.
And with those corrections, if asked the same questions, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
And are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And then lastly, will you be submitting any delayed exhibits in this case?
Yes, I will be sponsoring the public comment exhibit and the data request response exhibit for the staff.
Thank you. With that, I don't have any further questions and the witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions from ATC?
No, Your Honor.
And for N?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at your direct testimony.
Okay.
Page 2. There's in lines 15 to 16, I believe it says that the line 8241 transmission network alternative provides minor reliability and economic advantages when compared with the X97 transmission network alternative. Did you, to reach this conclusion or to come to the statement that you've made, did you conduct any modeling of X97 and 8241 without the Mullet River substation improvements?
What I did was I took the applicant's submitted materials and I reran those Power World and ProMod files as they were presented to the PSC, and that was the basis for my conclusions.
So
I'm sorry,
were
I'm
the-
sorry, what were you reran the what world
I
and ProMod?
reran the Power World and ProMod models with the.
That's all I
Okay.
needed. So it was Power World. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jablonski. Sorry about that.
So did the Power World and or the ProMod models that you reran, did any of those exclude the anticipated improvements from addition of the Mullet River substation?
I don't know that I can speak specifically to that particular modeling element. I don't know.
So looking at page 9 of your testimony now, at line 18, so what percentage of the applicant's ProMod modeling did you verify?
25%.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. No further questions.
Okay. Let's see, the Schmitz, any questions for the witness?
No, no questions.
Not at this
No.
time.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. That's all of our witnesses for the party hearing session. We covered them all, so I thank everyone for participating on that. I think we have just about everything else covered in terms of the party process. We have the schedules in place. And let me ask before we wrap up then, if there's anything outstanding that we need to address.
Did have one practical question regarding the refiling.
Sure, go ahead. Should we do
As
this on the
far,
record or should we take this off?
I think this can probably be off.
Okay, let's go off the record. Go ahead.
Just as far as filing the witness verification affidavits and how that relates with the refiles, you indicated preference for having the PSC reference numbers listed. Because of the timing, I don't know that we will be able to have PSC reference numbers for the refiles. How would you like that handled in the affidavit? I guess just to list the original PSC reference number and then state as corrected by the refiled exhibit or refiled testimony?
I would say I'd rather have the affidavit come in a little late, but to have the PSC reference number in the correct number on the affidavit. But having said that, you do get 3 working days. So, and in fact, if more time is needed, I can provide some more time for that, for the entire deadline. So, so that's not unusual or possible. So, let me just see if that might maybe that would be the best way to address this. Just let me grab that. So what do I have here? So I have Friday is the right. Yeah, Friday is supposed to be the deadline for all of those refilings. But I think we can, if we want to give some more leeway, and then we'll just ensure that you can have both the refiles and the affidavits with the updated PSC number. What do you think about having a new deadline of Wednesday, the 28th?
I think that should be fine. And then we'll just file the revision and replacement exhibits, revised testimony and replacement exhibits early to get that PSC reference
Yep,
number and then get
perfect.
the affidavit
Okay.
done.
So then for everyone, we'll just set the new, it's indicated as revised testimony deadline, but if you have revised exhibits as well, it includes that too. So all revisions can be due on the 28th instead of the 23rd. I don't think that really affects our process, doesn't delay anything else. You all have the documents we need. So probably should go on the record for that. So after discussions with the parties, in order to make sure that we receive all the proper refiles, we'll extend the refile deadline to August 28th at 1:30 p.m. And anything else we want to discuss before we adjourn?
And just to clarify, the witness verification affidavit deadline to the
Oh, yes, and that
28th
too,
as well.
yes.
Thank you.
Both deadlines will be the 28th. Yes, thanks. Thank you.
I did have one other question that I certainly think can be off record.
Okay, let's go off.
Just for future reference, regarding the text searchable, I could not find that in the rules. So I was just trying to determine if we were missing something.
Yeah, so right at the beginning of the offered evidence list, I'm sorry, the facilitating matters order, it says all filings are PDF format and text searchable. So I don't know if so it is at the beginning, it's kind of in the general section where it just says filings and service. That's where sort of the standard for that set at the beginning to apply to all the filings that go into that get received into the record. Do you see that there, or do you need me to?
I do not, and oddly enough, it does not come up in a text search.
Yes, well, that's because it's
checking.
'cause it's not record evidence. Let's see. So
yeah, I do see where it says the commission shall receive only PDF files for the record. Documents shall contain no attachments or embedded files.
that's where it should be. Is it not in there?
I'm not seeing it, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's not in there. Well, I've been doing it ever since for years now. So yeah, sorry about that. So yeah,
No.
we do the comments, and refiling isn't too doesn't prejudice you at all to have to refile. I mean, it doesn't affect your participation anyway. But let's do that, and then well, I'll just add that in for future.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing something. So
and I appreciate it. So I'm gonna have to start consulting you from now on about this. Good. I'm glad to have someone on my side. He's into this stuff. So great. Okay, so let's see. Let's get back in the record then. Yes, I would appreciate text searchable PDFs, just to add that. But at this point, I don't think. Do we have anything else? All right. So we're going to wrap up the party session. Just to review, we'll have the public hearing session Friday, August 23rd, 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. at Leiden Town Hall and or Linden Town Hall. We'll have we'll also have a connection to Zoom for people who want to attend that way. And don't forget, written comments still will be received until Monday, August 26th through the commission's website or by U.S. mail. So if there's nothing else, thanks very much, everyone. We're adjourned. Take care.
Thank you.
thank you.